Welcome back again, Chris Petri. Here we're going to actually finish up our second half of our 50 quick tips, methods, and techniques in watercolor. This is part 2 of 2. So the first part 1 of 2, you've seen the first 24 and 25 compositions that we did. We're covering all types of subject matter, all types of techniques and methods and tips on watercolor, so you can just kind of work through small compositions as you go and get familiar with all of the real details of watercolor at a fast pace, so that you can pick up a lot quick, practice on these as much as you can, and then when you're getting into a full-size painting, when you're ready, you'll be all prepped and ready to go. So let's get started here. So we do have our template that we made when we first started. We talked about that in the first video. We'll just go over this one more time quick. We make a template like this with Sharpie marker. We divide the paper into 6 quadrants here. You can see each is about 4.5 inches wide, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5 inches this way, and then we divide the paper in half this way, 5.5, 5.5 inches. So our paper is actually 11 by 14. 11 by 14, we're using the Fabriano Studio watercolor. I like to just mention this, all my art supplies, including my paper, my brushes, my paints, markers, pencils, pens, all of it's down below. You can click on the links below to research any of my art supplies if you want to pick those up, especially if you're just starting out. It's watercolor is like, there's a lot of, things you're going to have to consider when you first start watercolor. So you just kind of pick and choose what you need to start with, what will be your most important things you want to start with. Obviously, some paints, some pencils, some paper, and you'll be all set. And then you can, keep adding to your art supplies as you need to, and it's all there and below. I always have everything in my comment section below. You'll be all set. Okay, and then so this is the Fabriano Studio watercolor. 11 by 14 size paper, beautiful. It's handles great, very affordable for the beginner, intermediate, or even professional artist as you're working. I find this paper to be absolutely high quality, so you could use this if you're a professional artist, or if you're just starting out. Doesn't matter. It'll be a great paper to use, but there's other papers out there that are a little less expensive. You can research and kind of find out what's going to be best for your budget. So we have that. That's going to be our paper we use all the time on this series. And again, we just mentioned this is an 11 by 14 sheet of paper. We just divide it into 6 quadrants, halfway this way, and then thirds this way. And then to get our other paper, we just make this one template first. Then we just take this template and put our clean paper, our next fresh, clean piece of paper, watercolor paper here, our Studio Watercolor by Fabriano. We just take that and we set it over the top of our template, and then we just really simply take a pencil and make hash marks where those lines that we made with the magic marker, the Sharpie marker, are. So we make them here at the thirds, 1/3, 2/3, hash marks there. We're looking at the underside here. You can kind of see it's hard to see maybe on the video, but I can see clearly the Sharpie marker underneath this sheet of clean paper here. Then I just make the next hash mark here, the next hash mark over here, over here, over here, and that gives me my grid. Then I set this one down. I tape it down to my table, and then I just use my marker and my T-square. So I just take my ruler. You can have any ruler, works good. Any straight edge, doesn't have to even be a ruler. You could use cardboard or anything like that, as long as it's a straight edge. And we just do the 4 quadrants, or 6 quadrants here. And I just line up my hash marks here, here, and then go across, and then we go halfway across the paper this way. So I just take my ruler this way. Spin it around this way. And then perfect, we have our 6 quadrants here, and we are ready to start. Let's just number these. So let's keep these, very organized. This will be number 25, and we'll just go left to right, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. So these are going to be the next 6 we're creating, our next 6 compositions. And we'll get started. The first one we're going to do, we're going to kind of cover the clouds. So we're going to show you how you can use some tissue to blot out some cloud shapes in your sky washes. Really important to know. Let's just kind of cover a quick rendition of that. I'll probably just go in and use our standard watercolor brushes that we use on a continual basis. So I'm going to sort of organize my brushes over here a little bit so that I can get prepped. Okay, so I think I'll start out with, I have some fresh clean water here in my water bucket. Maybe I'll fill up a little more here. So you find whatever water bucket you have. You can use even like a heavy bottom glass, or until you build up your art supplies, you can use just a regular glass, whatever. You set that aside on the table to your right, to your left if you're a lefty. And then you just get your brush, rinse off your brush. I usually use a tissue in my left hand because I'm right-handed, and I dry off a little bit of water. So when I rinse off my brush over here on the right-hand side, basically I always have my water bucket over on my right-hand side. I just want to leave it off camera a little bit because I only have so much real estate here, and I want to make sure I'm showing all of my compositions and artwork here, you know, in the screen, in the video. I don't want to have too much things looking too small. When I'm painting, I want you to see the actual paintings I'm doing. So I just want you to know that my water bucket's right over here to the right. Nothing too fancy. I rinse my brush off. I dry off a little bit of water on a tissue, or even you can put a sponge next to your water container, tap a little bit on your sponge, and you come over here and you can get your water and your paint mixes going. So what I'll do is I'll just maybe mix a little bit of blue for our sky wash, cobalt blue, cerulean blue, French ultramarine blue. Here, a little bit of each of the blues, my 3 blue colors. I'll add a little bit of burnt sienna to each of those colors just to neutralize them a little bit, make them a little bit more mellow. And then what I'll do is I'll also come up here and just add a touch of water to my watercolor paper up here in the sky, like this. And then I can pick up my sky washes. And I make it darker up top. The sky washes are always darker up top. The sky is always has a deeper blue color at the top of the sky, and then as it gets closer to the ground level, it lightens up a little bit, and it gets a little bit more warmer too. Maybe a little bit of raw sienna, like that. Gets a little bit warmer as we get closer to the ground level. So you can see now we've got the basic blue sky coming down toward the land. Now we talked about trying to use a little bit of tissue or paper towel to maybe do some clouds, to blot out some clouds. So you just take your tissue here, you fold it up a little bit, you know, nothing too fancy, just fold up your tissue, and then you can just do a couple taps and spins like this. And there you can see really nice cloud shapes. And you can even add a little bit of darker color mixes here again. French ultramarine blue, a little bit of burnt sienna, a little bit of cerulean blue. Maybe go with a little bit of darker up top here. You can come back in and quickly add some sky color around that cloud shape you just made. Maybe a little bit of a darker underneath too. A little bit of darker wash under here. So you take some of that blue. Then I rinse off my brush, dry off a little bit of the water on a paper towel or tissue, and then blend that up in this clouds. And then you can even blot a little more. You take your tissue, fold it up so that's where the dry tissue is here, like this, and then do a little more blotting. And you can change it. You can add a little more clouds up here. All right, perfect. So you can see how you can just use that little bit of tissue or paper towel technique. Blot up a little bit of paint once you put on your blue sky color, and you can create some really wonderful cloud shapes and the feeling of clouds. You could do it more subtly, more aggressively, but you get the point. You can really do a lot with that. That's really a fantastic way to get some different variations in your sky washes. All right, well, we're going to move right on now. We're going to do splash clouds, what I call my splashing clouds technique. Very basic, simple. We're going to take some cerulean blue. We'll mix it in with what we have here already, so we're not going to go with anything too fancy. So what we'll do is we're going to step up to a little bit of a larger brush. So we were using a number 8 Kolinsky Sable travel brush. Da Vinci, pure Kolinsky. 1503 is the series number for the brush, travel brush, and these are great. You can just basically, if you want to go and paint outdoors or go on vacation or a weekend getaway, you could take your brushes and actually just bring them with you. When you're done using them, you just put them into your screw together configuration like that. There's a hole in the top so the brush will dry out. You can leave this in your shirt pocket, your purse, your backpack, your duffel bag, whatever it is you're using if you're going to go out and do a little bit of outdoor painting. Or if you're going to be traveling and you want to do some work wherever you might be going, visiting, whatever, and you want to do a little watercolor painting on your visits and things like that when you're doing some traveling. And that's all. You put it right back together again and you have your brush. Perfect, like this. All right, so now this is going to be, again, our splashing technique for sky wash. Hope you'll enjoy this too. This is really fun. I will do one more thing here. I'm just going to label this cloud techniques, just so we have a little note on the bottom there. Cloud techniques, and then the same thing with sky. This will be sky techniques, basically. What we do is we're going to have a lot of fun with this. We're just going to tap on and splash randomly like this with our paint and our number 8 brush. Like this. See, I'm just splashing randomly. Then I'll take this here too. I'll go with a little bit of maybe a little touch of orange, cadmium orange. A couple of taps of cadmium orange. Now watch what I do. I take this and I just drag my damp brush across the paper. But we have to do this kind of quickly. We don't want to wait too long. So we don't want to really have those splashes evident, if you can imagine. We just want to use that paint to give us a... And you can do the same thing too. Pick up a little more paint, do a couple more splashes like this. Just the idea of it. Rinse off the brush, dry off a little bit of the water off the brush just so you have a damp brush, and do the same thing again. Just drag the brush across very lightly. And you just work it until it looks good, you know. And you can even take a little more paint and just do a couple of long parallel strokes like that. And that's a wonderful, simple sky wash to do. And then we'll just label this too. We're going to label this a splashing sky technique. We'll just do this. We'll call it splashing sky technique. You can give these compositions any name you want to. You can label them as you want to, and you'll remember them as you come back to them. So you're going to save all of these compositions that we're doing, put them in a folder, or just put them aside in your studio. Don't lose track of them. Keep them with you. You can always come back to the video and watch the video again a couple of times, or how many ever times you want to do the exercises. That's fine. Probably the more times you do these exercises, the more you get used to the techniques, the methods. And then whenever you're going in to do a painting for your watercolor paintings, whatever, you're going to just be doing compositions, or you're going to be doing a finished painting for maybe someone wants you to paint something for them, or you're going to be going into a show or into a gallery, or if you're just painting for fun, or you're going to create your own painting for your own place, your own where you live, that's fine. Whatever it is, you can always come back to these techniques and methods time and time and time again, and at least you'll have a solid base for some ideas that you can use in your paintings, where you're not just kind of guessing at what you're going to do. You'll kind of already remember, oh yeah, we did that splashing sky technique, and then you can come back to it. You can watch it on the video, or you can have your compositions like this, your finished compositions that we're doing right now. If you save your compositions on your watercolor paper and you put it aside, you'll always have it. Or maybe you're just going to practice these over and over again until you maybe create one for each one on a larger sheet of paper, and then you'll have your kind of library of all your techniques that you're going to want to use and employ when you're doing a watercolor painting. It's really that simple. Whatever you practice, that will be your finished paintings. That's what your finished paintings are going to look like. Whatever your compositions and smaller paintings and ideas that you're working on, that's always going to be your finished painting when you're sort of to that point where you're creating larger paintings. So if you're just starting out, this is a perfect time for you to just keep these compositions in mind, watch them, learn them, keep them in your studio, your finished compositions on your paper, and you just refer back to them, and that's all it is. You know, just like if you're going to refer back to a watercolor book or anything like that. I have a watercolor book out. It's in the comment section below, a link to my new book. I hope you'll consider purchasing my new book. I think it's phenomenal. It covers all my techniques that I've learned over the last 10, 15, 20 years. I put it all into one book, tons of paintings in my book, and you actually have a video you can look at to see all the paintings that I've done in my book. So you won't buy my book and not know what's going to be in there. You just watch my quick 2-minute video, which is linked below. You just click on the link. It says, I think, Chris Petri watercolor book video. You click on that link and you'll see the 2-minute YouTube video, and I show you all the pages of my book, and you'll see 10, 20, 30, 40 paintings that I've done in that book, and you'll see all of the exercises I have in the book, all of the art supplies right in the beginning of the book, all the small lessons in the beginning of the book that give you all of the foundational information that you need as you're going into watercolor and learning about watercolor. So my book, I really feel, is a great tool you can have also too, besides these videos, that you can have to get better at watercolors and have better paintings. And that's all. We all want that. As watercolor artists, that's the key. We want better paintings all the time. So we're all working together on that goal. All right, so we got number 27. Let's see what we have up on deck here. Number 27, we're going to do the wet in wet sky. Simple enough. We will get our brush. I might empty out my water, start out with some fresh, clean water. So I'm just constantly changing out my water bucket, my water container with fresh, clean water all the time. Once it gets a little muddy, I switch it out so that I have fresh, clean water in there like this. And then this works perfect for this technique, because now we're going to add some fresh, clean water to our paper first. We don't want it to be really muddy or anything like that. The water, we want that water to be crystal clear. And we put that water on the paper. Just one good little slosh of clean water right on there like that. Okay, and now this is, again, a sky wash technique. Then what we do is we mix up some more sky wash. Why not? Let's go with some cerulean blue. Perfect. Maybe a little bit of cobalt blue, French ultramarine blue. We'll get all of our 3 blues in there. Maybe a little bit of raw sienna, just to mellow out that blue just a touch. Burnt sienna maybe in that blue too, the French ultramarine blue. Okay, so now we'll just start putting in some blue paint right on the paper where the fresh, clean water we just put on. And you'll see how that works. Can you see that? You can see that. If you pre-wet the paper first, and then you put your color onto that, your mix of blue, which is mostly French ultramarine blue with a little bit of burnt sienna. So it's kind of like that nice neutralized French ultramarine blue with not that high intensity blue, but you know, enough that it reads nice blue. Then we add in some cobalt blue and cerulean blue here. And we rinse off our brush. Maybe we go into a little bit more lighter blue. Like that. And then maybe some raw sienna. Like that. And you can see how beautiful that looks. And that's basically we call a graded wash. Wet into wet. You can call this also a wet into wet sky wash or a graded wash. This would be more of a sky where there's really no clouds or anything. More of a clear sky. And you can get a nice sky wash in there for yourself, for your painting. And you might be painting around some buildings or some street scenes or some landscape scenes. Maybe you're painting around a barn, painting around some trees or some buildings, whatever it is. But you'll have that same idea of wetting the paper first, like we did with clean water, and then getting in some really nice, beautiful blue sky washes with a little bit of raw sienna toward the horizon line, where the earth meets the sky. At the horizon line, it's always a little warmer. Your sky is always a little warmer in color. And I think we'll leave that just the way it is. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break. We just did 3 quick, really lovely sky washes. Cloud techniques using the tissue method here. Blotting with some tissues, paper towels. Get some really nice cloud effects. Some splashing sky techniques where you just start out with nothing else. You just do some mixing of blue, splash on some blue, and then drag your brush across the painting, and you get some really nice cloud effects for your painting. And then we did the third, which is basically like a wet into wet technique where you wet the paper first with clean water and then add your darker blue up top and then make your blue lighter as you go down, and then maybe add a little bit of warmer color like a orange or a yellow, like a cadmium orange or some raw sienna or yellow ochre at the bottom, just to give your sky a little bit of a warmer feel toward the earth as it meets up with the earth, your sky. And, these are some really fun techniques you can use for your sky washes that'll really give you maximum impact for your sky washes. Okay, all right, so like I said, we'll be right back. We just did 3. We're going to be back with another 3 in just a second. All right, so we're moving right along here. Next, we're going to do some really fun ocean compositions where we're going to do some ocean water, kind of like where the ocean meets up with the beach, some splashing, some distant ocean waves, some horizon line ocean style looks to your paintings. So what I'll do is I'll just take my ruler here, and I think I'm just going to make all of these the same height. I think it'll be visually kind of more interesting if we keep everything at the same height. So I'll just take a pencil line and maybe just go across my painting like this with a pencil line. So all 3 of these we're going to have the same horizon line like that. Okay, and then the first one we're going to make, let's call this more like a relaxed, not too busy type of ocean composition. So we'll take some cerulean blue, some French ultramarine blue, a little bit of sap green too. I want to put a little green in there too. Hope you don't mind. And a little more French ultramarine blue. We'll make it nice and dark. Maybe a tiny bit of a burnt sienna just to neutralize the blue just a touch. A little more, maybe another little bit of green there. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll just start out here on this pencil line we made. That's going to be our ocean horizon line. And I just want to start out just like this, nice dark line like this. And then maybe I'll break it up a little bit. I don't want to maybe make it all just one line straight across. Let's visually make it interesting by kind of breaking it up a little bit and making it like a segmented straight. Sometimes straight lines in watercolor paintings look boring, and kind of, you know, if you can kind of keep that in mind, whether you're making some vertical lines in your painting or some horizontal lines in your painting, whether it's whatever type of subject matter you're creating, sometimes if you can leave a little bit of breaks in that line, it sometimes looks good. You can kind of just, sometimes it just visually looks better to break up a little bit of that line. So we'll break up that distant ocean line there. And then we're going to add some, wow, look how beautiful that is. We're going to use some Viridian green there. And then maybe some raw sienna over here too. So we'll do some warm and cool. Viridian green is a cool green, like this. Maybe a little bit of blue in that, just a touch of blue, maybe some cerulean blue in that Viridian green, just to mix that a little bit. And then a little bit of raw sienna over here too. So we're going to have a little bit of a warm and cool effect here as we're doing our ocean, distant ocean. Maybe a little bit, even a little bit of purple. Let's maybe a little bit of purple down here. That could look good. Just a little touch of purple here and there. A little bit of purple there like that. Maybe a little bit over here too. And then we're going to do some of that green. Like that. Maybe a couple splashes. Add a couple splashes in there. Maybe a little bit of that yellow ochre or raw sienna too, like this. And then as you can see, as you blend these colors together, that really looks good. You can maybe blot up a little bit here. Maybe add in a little more blue, cobalt blue maybe over here. So I added in some blue. I think I was a little bit unhappy with the darkness of that line, that first line we put in. So if I just blot up a little bit and then go in and then infuse some cobalt blue, look how better that looks. I think that looks better, adding that little bit of cobalt blue. So now you see how we have some nice looking blue, distant blue, dark ocean colors, you know, the deep ocean out there in the far distance. And then as we come closer here to the shoreline, we have some more of that Viridian green and raw sienna. So these are the colors you're thinking about using. And then you can just leave white paper there too. You don't want to fill in all of your white paper. Let's leave your white paper on the composition. All right, and that's really what we're looking at right here. And we just have that nice feeling of some waves coming in. You can do some splashing like this. Like this. Gives you the feeling of some splashing, waves crashing in. You can blot up a little bit if you want. Like that. And then why not? Let's add some sky wash. Add some of that purple again in the sky. That's probably too much. If you add too much color to your palette, don't be afraid. Don't worry. Grab some paper towel, some tissue. Probably paper towel's better if you're going to blot up anything out of your palette. Paper towels are better because they don't have any oils on them. Sometimes those, the tissues have that oil on them. You know, they call them, comfort tissues where they have oil in there. So it doesn't, it's more comfortable if you're using tissues over and over again to have some oil on there, but blot up a little bit of that purple. If you have too much purple, if you add too much color to your palette, right away, act quickly, remove some of it, and then you have some more mellow purple there. We don't want to go too much with that. And you can see how we do that. And then as you go up higher into the sky, your colors are a little darker. So you always want to have a little bit of darker tonal values, as we call them. Tonal values are just basically your dark and lights of your painting. Tonal values. Darks and lights. So here we have, up here in the sky, it's a little darker up this way. As it goes down closer to the ocean, it gets lighter, the sky. And that's what we're going to do. Just add a little bit of darker blue up here. Put a little bit of water on there, some damp brush and water, just to blend that together. And then maybe a little tiny bit of raw sienna. A little bit of that warm color along the bottom here, where the sky meets the ocean. Okay, and then you can even do a quick little twist of your tissue for a couple of clouds, cloud shapes, like we practiced up here. Add a couple of dabs, like that. Why not? Tie it all together with a couple of the horizontal lines like that. And that is perfect. And you can always go in and add a little more blue, like that. Maybe a touch more of the raw sienna for this might be your sand over here. So you do some splashing for your sand over here in the foreground. A couple of finger taps like this to just give it that sand feel. And there you go. All right. I think we could shape these waves crashing in a little better. So let's do that. Let's keep these waves crashing in a little more kind of level across this way, like that. You could even take some titanium white. Titanium white with your brush, put it into the palette, add a little bit of water, clean water, fresh clean water, and splash on. You need to add a little more water, add a little more water to that, and do some splashing with some titanium white. And that gives you the feeling of the waves crashing in just a little bit with some titanium white and a little bit of water mixed together in the palette. And there you have it, some beautiful crashing waves coming into your shore, kind of mellow, nothing too extreme, kind of a nice mellow beautiful bit of waves crashing in on the shoreline. Maybe a little bit of more cerulean blue there. You could add up a little bit of layers as you go. But I think that's fine. All right, so now you kind of see it. Can you see that? How you can just work a little bit at a time, take your time, get your waves, your distant ocean line in first with your darks. Let that set up a little bit. Maybe let it dry 100% complete. The dark horizon line of your ocean. Then start coming in and you're adding in your more lighter blues and some raw siennas and yellow ochres, cerulean blues, some of the viridian greens. And then you just take those same colors and a little bit of purple, a little bit of ultramarine violet. Get those colors into your painting all together. Maybe some more ultramarine violet down here. I think we have it in the foreground, but let's just add a little more here and there. Like that. And that is it. All right, so we're going to move on to this next one. I'm just going to take one quick break so I can empty out my water bucket and clean up my palette a little bit, and then we'll start out with a new beautiful seascape type composition right here next. All right, so we're picking right back up again, and I always mention this on my videos. You know, I'm hoping you'll consider subscribing to my channel here on YouTube. The reason I say that is because as we work all the time, week after week, month after month, and year after year on my channel, I'm always covering the fundamentals and basics of how I create my paintings and my compositions, my techniques, my methods, all the different things that I think I've been practicing and working on really hard for the last 15, 20 years in my watercolor professional career. So I think if you're watching along and painting along with me, you'll pick up on all of these subtleties that will really take your paintings to the next level and really help you to become a really strong and a successful watercolor artist. So I'm hoping you'll consider subscribing, watching along here as we're working. I don't want you to lose any information or lose your place where you forget my name or you can't find my videos again. If you subscribe on the right hand side below, it's just as simple as clicking the subscribe button. It doesn't do anything except YouTube will always just let you know we're making a new video, so you won't lose track of us. That's all it is. So there's no gimmicks or anything like that when you're subscribing to my channel. That's the basics of it. There's no obligations, no emails, no text messages or phone calls, anything like that. When you subscribe, it just basically lets YouTube know that you want to be alerted when my videos are premiering on YouTube, when our next video is coming out, so you can keep a track of what we're doing here. And you can just practice along, paint along, whatever you do, a little bit, 5-10 minutes here, 5-10 minutes there is going to make your paintings a lot better. It'll go a long way. So we're going to just keep working on the idea of doing some seascapes and some ocean style compositions here. Again, we're doing the 50 tips and methods and techniques in watercolor right here on this channel. So I want to give you 50 great compositions you can work on at any time. You can go on this video, click on it. It's really simple to find. If you just type in 50, Chris Petri 50, you'll find the video. If you want to come back a month from now or 2 months from now or half a year from now and practice up on some of these techniques, you can just do it. It's as simple as that. You just have to type in 50 quick tips, and that's it. And then my name, Chris Petri. Simple as that. All right, so we're going to keep working here. Let's we'll get started with the distant ocean. I'll probably, you can see this water looks a little murky. So again, I always mention this on my videos. If you see your water starting to get murky looking, a lot of blue in there, let's just start out with fresh, clean water. So I dump that out into a bucket that's alongside my table here. And then I have a water bottle here. I think I need to run across the studio here and get some more fresh water. So I sometimes leave bottled water in my studio, and it's a little bit easier. It's convenient. And I get the sale items for the water. So I get like a case of water for like $3. So I have plenty to drink, and then I also use it for my art endeavors here. So, all right, I have fresh, clean water you can see now in my water container. Always good to keep your water bucket clear, especially if you're going to be doing anything where you have light washes, light sky washes like this. Anytime you're doing any light washes with very subtle light colors, light tonal values, always remember you're going to need that fresh, clean water for the most part. It'll always work out better for you. If you're doing a lot of dark, like if you're doing dark washes like this, or maybe up here like this, sometimes a little bit of, murky water is not going to affect you too much. But when you're, most of the time, just the real basic approach is, I always mention this, just, you're the artist, you're going to have to figure out what works best for you. Some artists like to have murky water, muddy looking water all the time, and that's fine too. It works for some artists, and that's, but for my techniques and what I usually do, it's better just to have clean water, changing out your water container water all the time, consistently, like, 3-4 times within a painting, or whenever you're going to be making light washes, like these sky washes up here. You want to have nice, clean, fresh water. And let's work on this here now, starting out with the distant ocean horizon line. So again, I take my brush, rinse off my brush, dry off a little bit of the water on a paper towel so that the brush hairs are not flooded with water, because when we come over here to pick up colors, we want to keep these colors strong and vibrant. If we were just to rinse our brush off in the container So if we just rinse off our brush in the container and we don't stop first on a paper towel, tissue, or maybe even a sponge you might have next to your water pail, like this, if you have a little sponge next to your water container, if you have that, or you're, maybe an apron, you tap on your apron like this, or if you have some tissue or some paper towels or a sponge, if you have just a wet brush like this and you don't do any of that, and you come over here and you start going into your paints, then you see what happens is you have all these flooded looking colors like this. Now when you have flooded tons of water in your palette and on your palette, you can't get those really nice dark colors that we have here. So you want to make sure you're always ensuring that your brush is, check off the water off your brush, make sure your brush is just sort of damp, then come in and get your paint, and then you have nice rich paint like that. Can you see how that works? So now I can just get rich paint like this, beautiful vibrant colors, versus if I rinse off my brush and I don't tap off a little bit of water and I come in and grab some, and I go into my palette like this, then I get all this washed out, really kind of weak watery look like that. So always remember, the control of the water in your brush is really critical for watercolor. That might be the most important thing in watercolor, that most beginner watercolor artists, or even people that are starting out for your first 6 months or a year, that's your most important thing, is controlling the water in your watercolor brush. Now, if you're going to make a really light wash like this sky wash, well, it's not that important that you maybe take off some water off off your brush. But if you want to get anything like this here, these nice beautiful dark colors in your watercolor paintings, those nice dark rich tonal values in your paintings, you have to always remember you're going to need to stop and check off some water. Again, either sponge, paper towel, tissue, or your apron. You can just tap on your apron. If you ever wear an apron, I wear an apron all the time when I paint just to keep my clothes clean. But in any case, that's really one of the fundamental keys of watercolor, is that handling of your water in your brush hairs. So now we have covered that really in detail, and now we can just start going in and we'll get some beautiful rich, look at that, how good that looks. See? Now if we had tons of water like this down here, what would we have? We'd have, like that. So we want to have that beautiful, rich looking color like this. Look how good that looks. And then let's do another. Again, I rinsed off my brush, dried off a little bit of the water in a paper towel or tissue or sponge, and then we'll go across here like this. And you can see how we have that beautiful rich color. Then we'll pick up some green, Viridian green. Doesn't that look good? Maybe a little bit of sap green. Rinse off the brush, dry off a little bit of the water, and then mix around the colors a little bit. So we're using some sap green mixed in with that Viridian green we just have here. Let's have a crashing wave coming in, a little bit of a wave. It's a mellow, let's do a little bit of darker tonal value there and here. Then some blue and purple and green. Maybe some more green here, Viridian green. So now you see we have the waves crashing in. Maybe we have a nice wave here coming in. Maybe a tiny bit of burnt umber. burnt umber, and then blue, French ultramarine blue, to make a nice little grayish dark color. Make a couple darker shadows in here. All right, a little bit of burnt sienna and French ultramarine blue. A little bit of a darker dark over here like this. And now you see how we're creating a nice bit of some waves coming in with our mixtures of colors. A little more sap green here. A little bit of purple. Then I rinse off my brush, dry off, and I just blend in that purple just a little bit for some exciting kind of like shadow colors. Like that. And then a little bit of yellow raw sienna for some splashes here along. This might be the sand over here. That warm sand color. And now we're going to do another thing we learned in a previous composition on this series was pre-wetting the paper along a line where we don't want the water to infiltrate. So our wash, if we don't want our sky wash to infiltrate into this water, this distant horizon line of our ocean, perfect time to take a little bit of water, perfect time to empty the water bucket. So I'm just emptying my water bucket, pouring fresh clean water in to my water bucket because we're going to put some damp brush across the where the horizon line of the ocean is. So I'll take my brush, take off a little bit of water on my tissue here. Then what I do is I take this brush here and I use the fine point of the brush and I just make a damp bit of clean water a little bit above the line of the ocean here. So I leave that brush just a little bit above the ocean. And what that does is now when we do our sky wash, I'll go over it a second time, making sure I don't have that damp brush touch the ocean line, that dark blue distant ocean line. I keep it a little bit above it, like by about 1/16 of an inch to 1/8 of an inch. And I do it 1 or 2 or 3 times, damp brush. Perfect. Now, when you go in to do a little bit of a sky wash here in the water, if it runs down and drips down, it's not going to drip into your ocean, that distant ocean line. That'll save you a lot of difficulty with your skies meeting up with your ocean. Okay, so now that we have that, let's do it. Let's get some simple sky wash in. Some cerulean blue. A little bit of that green mixed in here. Let's just have a fun time making a sky wash here. Nice and loose. Cerulean blue, maybe some green mixed in there. We just have some fun with it. Lots of water. I add in some water to this. Some just clean water from the water bucket. Maybe a little bit of purple. And then I just slowly work it on down. Like this. Maybe a little darker up top. Like this. Like that. A couple of splashes. Blend in those splashes. Then we can gently take that brush and do the same thing. Go right along the bottom, not touching that blue of the ocean, but just right above it. And then you can even add a little touch of orange or raw sienna or orange, and just put a little bit of that in the sky wash. and just blend it up in there like that. And there we have it. We have our second Seascape style composition where we really were keying in on making sure that we have a really beautiful bit of darks and lights, some really dark, beautiful dark French ultramarine blue with some burnt sienna, burnt umber for that dark ocean line across, with some beautiful colors, greens, viridian green, sap green mixed in with some of the blues here, cerulean blue, cobalt blue, French ultramarine blue for the waves. Just a tiny bit of burnt umber with some French ultramarine blue, these two of the dark darks here, just for a little bit of a grayish color in the waves. Purple, we added some purple into the ocean here, up into the sky, and then all of the blues, cerulean blue, French ultramarine blue, cobalt blue in the sky. And we always remembered on this paint, on this composition, the real key thing that we wanted to focus on was putting that really damp line across right above that dark blue ocean horizon line so that we didn't have the sky wash flooding in and disrupting all that beautiful dark wash that we did across this painting for that beautiful horizon line for the ocean. So that's really important if you want to have a really nice, powerful, really impactful horizon line for your ocean water. You'd want to definitely damp brush that first above it so that when you do your sky wash, it won't infiltrate down and then start to bleed out, and all of a sudden you'll see blossoms and blooms and cauliflowers and all kinds of weird stuff happens when you're infiltrating your washes with other washes, you know, subsequent washes after you're creating a first or second wash. So as you build up different washes, your first wash, your second wash, as you're working, you want to make sure you kind of give yourself an advantage of doing some damp brush with clean, fresh, clean water, some damp brush around things that you don't want, that you want to preserve, and you don't want water infiltrating into those areas to kind of cause problems with blossoms and cauliflowers and blooms, as they call them in watercolor. And I think that's it. I think that's, we've really kind of focused in on that part of watercolor painting, as well as keeping that brush damp versus flooding with water. And we talked about that really a lot on this composition, because that's one of the keys to watercolor painting. If you can keep that, your brush hairs from being too wet with water, where there's water flooding off your brush and you're going in here and you're flooding out all your colors in your palette. If you can just keep that brush damp by tapping on a brush, tapping on a sponge before you go in and start picking up colors, So we talked about having maybe a sponge next to your water container. You rinse off your brush, you tap on your sponge first, or if you want to just use a tissue, you rinse off your brush, tap on a tissue or some paper towel, or if you have an apron, you just rinse off your brush and tap it on your apron over here, and then you can go over to your palette. This way you can get all your really beautiful darks of your painting. So you want to have a nice mixture of darks and lights in your painting as a watercolor artist. Sometimes I see watercolor artists, they have trouble kind of getting those darks and lights in their paintings. So that's how you really do it. It's really that simple. All right, so we'll come right back and we'll start working on our third Seascape style composition, where we're going to get into more details on creating some really good looking ocean water, waves, crashing waves, and so forth. Okay, so we're on to number 30 here, and we're moving along nicely. Let's keep track of what we're doing here. Let's make some notes. Let's keep track of our notes here. So we were saying this is pretty much a wet into wet sky wash. Good to keep notes on each one as we go. And then this one here, we were saying this is more or less a ocean with crashing waves. And this one is more of a I guess I call this like a mellow ocean scene. This wasn't too This wasn't too extreme, this one here, but this has some really nice darks in here, right? We actually upped our game here. We made some darker darks and richer colors here. This one's a little more high key. This one is more middle key. We'll talk about keys maybe in another video. High key, middle key, and low key paintings. You can kind of key your paintings to more of a high intensity look, more lighter tonal values, or you go with a middle key or a lower key painting where you have darker, like these would be considered middle key paintings here, like this, darker colors, and then maybe your high key paintings are like this here and like this here, lighter washes, middle key here. This one can start to border on low key, quite a bit of darker darks. If we made that sky a lot darker, that could be a low key painting with a lot of darker darks and just a little bit of the lights. But in any case, we're going to stick to our program here of just making sure that we are covering all the compositional ideas here that we're doing that are going to get us up to speed on all the details of watercolor painting, the methods and the tips and techniques of watercolor painting that are going to really help you to kind of give you all the tools you need as you're going into your paintings and your compositions yourself as you're working, so you'll have much more of a better time navigating the watercolor medium. So this one here we're calling like a more of a, I'll call this a middle key Seascape. And then this one here we're going to call a, let's call this a more rocks and ocean. Rocks and ocean Seascape. So we'll introduce some interesting rock formations here. So what I'll do is I'll just, basically I'll take some rock formations, and what I do is rocks are usually sharp, jutting lines like this. Like rocks are usually sharp lines, breakage of rocks and strata on the earth crust a lot of times. So it's a lot of shearing and incredibly huge forces of nature. So that's why a lot of times you'll see those sharp lines. And then we'll kind of keep maybe like a small area, like an opening we can kind of see through. And then maybe we'll have another bit of sharp lines here. And then over here we'll have another bit of rock going down there. So I think that's good. So we have some really good basic rock formation shapes, which are usually straight lines, angular lines, sharp lines. Maybe a bit of round lines here and there occasionally, but I think more sharper, straight edged lines. Okay, and then there might be an area here where the water's coming through. So we have some water coming through here. We'll put a little bit of water like that coming through. And there's some crashing waves over here, so we'll just put some pencil lines to give us that idea of some crashing waves coming in, and we'll have a sky wash up here. So we'll kind of look and see, there's the distant ocean up here. So we'll put our distant ocean line across here. You can use a ruler if you like. Probably a good idea. Take a nice T-square ruler and just get a line across the top here. Like that. That'll be our distant ocean horizon line. Pretty high in the picture. And let's go with this and see how it works out. So I'll just, let's do the darks first. So we have clean water in our water bucket. Clean, fresh water, because we were working on lastly this sky wash, which is very, very light. And we noticed that works best with very clean, fresh, clean water with our light washes. Anything like this or like this. So we have that there. It's already ready to go. We're going to have some beautiful green distant ocean. Let's just make some sap green and French ultramarine blue to make a nice, beautiful, rich, with a little bit of burnt sienna in there. Rich, dark blue green. Okay. A little more blue in there. A little more French ultramarine blue. All right, now let's get our distant shoreline here. our distant ocean, like this. And we're careful to paint right on that line. If you need to put a piece of tape across there, you can do that too. So if you ever want to get a really, really sharp distant horizon line, don't be afraid. Grab some tape, some artist tape, or some drafting tape, or you can use the big box store tape for painter's tape. Painter's tape works great. Put that on there, and then just continue right across on top of the tape. Like that. You just leave that tape on there for a few. And then maybe a little more green, maybe a little more cerulean blue, maybe a little more viridian green. Like that. We kind of mix it up like this. Wow, that looks good, doesn't it? That beautiful rich green, blue-green. Then we just start working that down with a damp brush. Again, I rinsed off my brush and then I used some tissue just to dry off a little bit of the water so that I can keep a track of the water in my brush. I always want to do that as a watercolor artist. And then you can see there's some waves crashing in where these rocks are, like that. Then what I do is I splash some water on there just a little bit, like that. I start to mix in a little bit of purple and raw sienna. So a little bit of raw sienna here and purple. Purple goes a long way, so you can just use a little bit of it, not too much. And then start to put that in there. And leave some white. Leave some white paper there. Like that, some splashing. Like this. Looks good. Leave some white paper in there. A little more green, like this. So we want lots of the blue and green. Some more blue. Put some blue in there, here and there. Damp brush, dry off the brush, damp brush. Put some blue into the ocean there too. Blue. Mix some blue in there. Blue over here. Okay, like this. Okay, now let's mix up some rich rocks color. Burnt umber. Burnt umber, straight burnt umber. Remember, I rinsed off my brush, dried off the water on my paper towel, and then came over and went into my palette and got rich, beautiful, dark burnt umber, and also some yellow ochre. Maybe I'll put some yellow ochre over here to make it lighter. No water though, just straight paint, straight paint. Burnt umber over here. Then maybe over here, the burnt umber, I'll make a little bit of a darker dark with some French ultramarine blue and some of the green. So we have some burnt umber and a little bit of the French ultramarine and green from here mixed up, just to have a little bit of a darker shadow color. And let's do that. Let's get some of the shadow color in here. So we have some shadow color here in the stone. Like this. So we're going to have darker color over here for the stone. And then the stone gets lighter up here. Can you see how I did that? I made my darker dark underneath here along this part under the rocks, and then the light is kind of coming from above and lighting up the tops of these rocks over here. Like that. And then I splash on a little bit of blue and green. And there we have it. And blot up a little bit of that. Maybe a little more burnt umber and French ultramarine blue. Maybe a little more darks here, just to kind of make some really nice contrast there. Okay. Then we lift up our tape for our distant horizon line. Look how good that looks now. Perfect. Look at how, oh, that looks perfect. Now we can do, I'll just kind of make this a little more, blend in some of these colors here. We're going to use some white paint to do some splashing. And then let's do our blue with a little bit of the green. And just a quick sky wash like that. A little bit of that burnt umber and raw sienna for the horizon line, like that. And you can see I did not take my paint and go right down to that Okay, now what we can do is we'll take our titanium white in a tube. We'll just set this down for a second. We'll clean up our palette a little bit, maybe at least one section where we can make some nice white paint. Okay, so we're going to do that. Take some titanium white. Put some titanium white in there with a little bit of water, clean water. A touch of raw sienna, just to give it a little bit of that warm white look, a little bit of touch of raw umber or yellow ochre, but just a tiny bit. And then what we can do is just splash on here. And we can splash and just make that effect of the waves crashing in here on the rocks. And then there's no reason why we can't add some splashing over here too while we're at it. And these are all dry. Perfect time to splash is when everything is dry. And some finger tapping too. Works great with the splashing technique in combination. Same thing over here. A little bit of splashing over here. A little finger tapping. Works great with finger tapping and splashing at the same time. And splashing always works better if you do it when the paper is dry. So when your washes are dry, like these two compositions here, much better to go in now and do some splashing while these are completely 100% dry paper with all those washes dry. And that's what we have to do. And then once we do that, you'll see that the effect is really works fantastic. Pick up a little more white, splash a little more on there. Splash it right up there, like so. Again, finger tapping works great. You can take some of those splashes and mellow them out a little bit, like that. Maybe a little more blue, cerulean blue over here. A little more viridian green. And I think that looks really nice. You can even do some blue splashing with a little bit of blue. And that just gives you like the modulation of darks and lights, some white, some blue, cool. And I think that's good. All right, we will take a quick break and then we're just going to move on to our next 6 compositions. We're just moving right along here Again, our whole idea is let's get better at watercolors. Let's learn the methods, the techniques, all the nuances, the tips, the methods, the techniques in watercolor that are going to actually really prove a lot of great success for you in the future with your watercolors. So if you're practicing all of these techniques on a constant basis, these will translate right into your paintings, and you'll have a much better time actually creating your future compositions and paintings. All right, so we will come right back and we'll get started with our next 6 compositions. Be right back. All right, so we're just going to move right along and get our next 6 compositions ready to go. So we'll peel off the tape up here. The next thing we're going to do, we are going to just make a slight change to our paper. We're going to use Arch's rough paper for this next group of 6 compositions. And the reason I'm doing that is really just to kind of showcase the Arch's paper, because it's great for dry brushing and getting really good textured finishes on your watercolor paper. So we're going to use the Arch's rough paper. It's the orange cover paper, so if you're ever looking for Arch's rough paper, you just look for the orange cover for their pads. So they sell the Arch's pads, and it's got the orange cover on it, and you know you have the correct paper then when you see that orange pad. So this is just some scrap paper I had. I'm just going to flip it over. We'll set it down. I have my hash marks already created. I just use my grid like this, and I put my paper over the top. And again, as we were saying, we just take our pencil. We take our pencil and we hold this up to the light, and we just make our hash marks around the paper like this. And we hold the paper up to the light. We can see the lines, and then we have our grid. And then we'll just tape down our paper. So I'll just set up my paper here just so it looks good on cam. We'll have our like that. Same thing down here. Just 2 places I think should be fine for the compositions here. And then we'll use our Sharpie marker again, and we'll have our tape measure or our T-square. So I'll just use my T-square like this, and then we'll just line up our hash marks here, down here. We'll come over here, do the same thing. Hash marks over here, over there. We'll come across here. We could use our other tape measure, our other steel measuring ruler, like this, and just go right across like that. And then we have our perfect 6 compositional areas, and then we're just going to pick up at 31, and we'll do 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36. We're getting our way to 50. Before you know it, we'll have 50 compositions under our belt. I'm glad you're here working along with us. And again, I always mention, please consider subscribing on the right hand side below. This way you're just up to speed on what we're doing here every week after week, month after month, year after year on YouTube, so you won't miss a thing. It doesn't obligate you for anything when you subscribe on YouTube. All that does is just YouTube will let you know when our new videos come out. That's it. So this way you'll be up to speed on when something new comes out each week. And then again, we're going to use this Arch's rough paper, and we'll just do a quick, I'll rinse off my brush, I'll grab a tissue, I'll dry off a little bit of the water on a tissue, and then we'll go over and just grab a little bit of paint. And you can just see that the Arch's paper gives you that really rough, nice, textured effects that you want to have with your watercolors. So we're going to show you a whole bunch of these next 6 compositions. We're going to show you all the beautiful attributes of Arch's watercolor paper, and how it works, how great it looks, and how you can really totally optimize your watercolors with this paper, the Arch's paper. And I use mostly Fabriano. Most of my paintings I do with Fabriano, but I would say I usually shift over to Arch's paper when I'm doing landscapes, and also sometimes city scenes, or even sometimes like seascapes. So you can get these really beautiful effects with your Arches paper. And a lot of professional artists do use Arches paper, so it's one of the most popular papers that the top watercolor artists in the world are using right now, the Arches rough paper. So let's get started here. I'll probably just do my normal tasks here. I'll get myself fresh, clean water, so my water bucket has fresh, clean water in there. And then our first will be maybe a let's do a little bit of some trees and some landscape with maybe a couple figures. And so we'll just we'll have our brush here ready to go, and then maybe we'll just clean up our palette a little bit. So I just dip my paper towel in some water from my water bucket, and I just clean up my palette a little bit. This way we can have some fresh, clean paints to work with. And you don't have to be too fussy with cleaning up the palette, just so you get the majority of the paint that you've been using in prior compositions cleaned up a little bit. You'll be fine. I wouldn't suggest working over and over and over without cleaning the palette. I think the palette needs to be cleaned often so that you can keep your colors looking fresh and vibrant and clean looking. So now let's try out our first. Let's do maybe a small bit of a landscape and just see what kind of really nice textures we can get with the rough paper. So I'll just go with a low horizon line here. So I'll move my brush over here. Maybe I'll go with like 1/3 on the horizon line across the page here, 1/3 up. So 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. I'll go up 1/3 here for the horizon line. And we're just going to do some nice distant trees, hills. I'll go with some sap green, a little bit of burnt sienna with that. Make it a nice olivey green, maybe a little bit of raw umber over here, maybe a little bit of purple and blue, purple, maybe some cobalt blue, cerulean blue, for that kind of cool effect. All right, let's do it. Let's go with our purpley blue for maybe some distant hills right along that horizon line. And remember, that's going to dry a lot lighter. Usually watercolor will dry about 50% lighter than when you're putting it on the paper. And you can even take some of that and lighten it up a little bit as you go across like that. Then we can even just start working a little bit of the green in here onto the bottom. So you can infuse some green along the green and gold, green and burnt sienna, sap green, right along the bottom. So it kind of like melts and blends right into that purple. So that can be some foreground trees, and then the distant purple mountains in the background there. You can add more water to the purple background, like that. It's really nice to blend the colors. Then we can leave a little bit of space in between those two and get some more green here in the foreground like this. Then we'll start using that rough paper like this. A little bit of cerulean blue. Very light bit of wash for the sky wash, cerulean blue. Again, you get that rough paper. You can do some really nice sky effects with some rough paper like this. A little bit of tiny bit of purple up here. Rinse off the brush. A little tiny bit of purple up here and there. Blend it in. You only have so much time though to blend in that purple. That's one thing with watercolor. It is a fast medium. So when you start blending colors, you got to do it really quick. Otherwise, it can be a little bit problematic with like awkward looking blotches of color and things like that. So just always remember, if you're going to add in a little bit of color mixtures as you're painting, do it quickly once you get your first wash in there. There we go. That looks good. And then a little bit of purple, raw umber. And we just get a little bit of that rough paper look like that. A little bit of blue. You could add some more exciting color, some more vibrant straight out of the tube color right here. Lemony yellow. Okay, then we're just going to let that set up a little bit. I think we can actually start to work on our tree. We'll maybe make a nice happy tree along this landscape. First thing I would do is I would just go in and clean up one well in my palette here, and then I'll grab some of that. I'd rinse off my brush in the water container, then I dry off the water off the brush, keep the brush just damp. Pick up some greens here, sap green like that. And I'll pick up some burnt umber to make that a little more of a olivey green, maybe a little bit of blue, a little bit of cerulean blue over here just to cool down, maybe make some cooler greens over here. Okay, and then we're just going to use, again, more of the, we'll swirl the brush like this and get a nice tree shape here. So this tree's going to be over here like this, just like that. Looks good. Just like that. Perfect. Maybe a little more burnt umber in there. And a little, maybe some French ultramarine blue. A little bit of a darker darks there. So we're going to make some more, maybe some bushes alongside or some smaller trees alongside here. Green, more green. Okay, so we can do some finger painting too. A little bit of that. Just so we want to have some shadow and light. You can lift up with your tissue a little bit if you want to, if you feel you've gone too dark with some of the tree bits there. Okay, and then there's a little bit of some shadow. Maybe we're painting into the light, so we add a little bit of purple to the shadows. Like that. Like this. And then we can use a needlepoint brush. Again, I would take my needlepoint brush and get some burnt umber mixed with the green. Maybe a little bit of French ultramarine blue mixed with the burnt sienna. And then we can do just a little bit of some branches and things here. So you might want to let this dry a little bit. Probably better to let it dry a little bit, but you can still do a little. I think this looks good actually. We just do a little bit of that branch work, some limbs. A couple of bits over here, just enough to make that look really good. And we're pretending that the light's coming from behind this scene, coming this way. And that might mean that we'll use a little more green. But you can see how great that looks, the foliage and stuff for these trees. Like that. And that's the texture you get with the Arches paper. You can see how I'm just effortlessly putting in trees and foliage, and it just looks great. It's like it just gives you the ability to create some great landscaping type textures and feel. And I think that's good. I think we can just leave it as it is like this. That's fine. So that's a great start to a landscape painting. You could put further things in here if you're trying this out for a composition. You could eventually put in some figures or a tractor or a barn, something in there to make it look more interesting. Maybe a distant, a barn in the far distance, or maybe something in the foreground like figures. But let's just leave it at that. Really nice. You know, maybe a couple of scratch outs here we could do with our couple of lights, just bits of light here. But that is fine. That looks good. All right, so we will just take a quick break and we'll get started with our next composition. Again, we're going to utilize the texture of the Arches paper, the Arches rough paper. And we'll be right back. All right, so let's just keep going here. We're having fun. We're enjoying ourselves here. Working right through our compositions. And we're on our way to number 50. We're almost there. We're at 36 almost. I'll clean up the palette one more time. I'm trying to keep my palette clean as I go all the way across these compositions. Everyone's doing a great job. I'm sure you're all out there having a fun time, an enjoyable time. And we're just getting these compositions in, learning a whole bunch of new bits of information as we go. This happens to be a little bit different right now. We're using the Arches paper. We talked about that. We wanted to get more texture with our watercolor washes with the Arches rough paper. And again, you can find that it's the orange cover. When you look up Arches watercolor paper, you'll see the orange cover. That's this paper here, which is Arches rough paper. And you can get that in full sheets. You can get it in the block paper. I like to buy the block paper. It comes in blocks. That's the pad of watercolor paper. It's all glued together in a block format. So you just paint on your sheet. When you're finished with your painting completely, you trim it out. You trim off that one page, you pull off that one sheet, and then you're ready to start another one. And it's got the orange cover on it, so that's your Arches. I might have that in the comment section below. I might have the Arches link to the Arches paper. I'm not sure. I think I do, actually, because I use it very often, actually. So we're going to continue on here. Now we're going to go to our next. This here was, we're just going to call this like Arches rough paper, and that's good enough. We call it Arches rough paper, then we just know when we're looking at the painting, you can see the beautiful textures you can get with this paper. A lot of, again, top professionals use it, and this is why. You get some great, beautiful, classic watercolor effects with it. So let's get to our next one. We'll do a quick sketch, maybe. Maybe we'll just make a nice ocean scene, maybe like a boat on the water here. So let's maybe we'll make the ocean horizon line the same as this horizon line here in this landscape style painting with the tree and the mountains. So we'll just go right across like that, and that's about 1/3 of the way up on the paper. So we always talk about when you're putting in your subject matter for your paintings, you're always thinking usually thirds usually works really well. So you could take this and move it up to a 2/3 position where you only have a little bit of sky up top, or you can leave it lower, the horizon line here of the landscape. You leave the horizon line lower and you have more sky. So that leaves you more room for some trees and things like that, and mountains in the background. If you're going up higher with your landscape horizon line, you might not have that much room for trees and mountains and things like that. So landscapes tend to more or less, landscape paintings a lot of times, the artists, most professional artists, even the great old masters, they'll leave the horizon line low in a landscape format. And we'll do the same thing too for this seascape here. And we'll do like a boat, maybe in some water. I'll just do maybe a quick little boat rendition over here. Maybe we'll do a quick boat in the, could be a fishing boat here maybe. Like this, we'll have a fishing boat. And we'll just put a mast up here. A nice mast coming up here in the painting. And we'll have the booms back here. A couple booms here. Front, we'll have a front boom going across here. And then some rigging. We'll just put a couple pencil lines for some rigging lines. That's all, nothing too much. And we won't put any sails on this. We'll just leave it as if it's kind of anchored here on the water. And we're just in some maybe shallow bay waters over here. And we're going to just do some water effects. And then maybe in the background we'll have some, back here we'll have some more land. So we'll just put some land back here, like that. And I think that'll be fine. So we're just going to try to create more effects with our arches paper again here. Let's overdo it with our textures, with our arches paper, so you can really see the quality of the paper and how it really performs. I like to always, again, here's some murky looking water in my water containers, so I'm right away starting out a new painting, I'm getting some fresh clean water. And then also too, we've cleaned up our palette, you can see, so we have an opportunity to have some really good clean color. And then what else are we going to do here? We'll put some, I'll use my number 8 travel brush. Again, I'm using my Da Vinci travel brush here, number 8, Klinsky Sable hair brush. And we'll just start working in our boat here. Maybe I'll just do a little bit of some erasing here on the boat. Like that. Okay, and we're running low on paints. Now's the perfect time. Take out your paints. So here, I'll take some paints. I keep my paints in plastic bags. Warm colors, reds and yellows, golds. And then I keep my blue colors and my blue and cool colors in this bag here, which are blues and greens. So pretty much that's how I keep my watercolor paint separated in 2 different bags. This way it just narrows it down for me. I fill up my palette with all the cool colors, and then I grab my warm color bag and I do that. So let me start out with the cool colors. And this is just a fun way to kind of see how we're working as watercolor artists. If you're new here to the watercolor medium, you'll just notice that I'm going to take some colors here. I'm going to put some cobalt blue. Sometimes paints get a little bit clogged in the tubes if you haven't squeezed out some paint in a while. So I'm just going to clean out the top of the tube, maybe see if I can Sometimes if the top of the tube is really clogged, you can bypass that. We'll show you how you can do that in just a second. So sometimes if I have a paint tube that's clogged here at the top where the cap is, I will sometimes just take like a small awl, or some kind of like maybe like, let's see what else we have here. I have an awl here. So I just take a sharp awl and just put a small hole in the side of the tube, like that. With an awl, you can use anything, really. Butter knife, whatever you have. And you can kind of squeeze out, and you can kind of see how that's the more fresh paint there, and it's kind of clogged up in the top here. So you don't worry about that when that happens. You just take your tube of paint, break through on another part of your tube, and then you can get in your other paint. So that's how we did the cobalt blue. I'll squeeze out a little more so you can see, like that. Okay, and we'll get some more cobalt blue in our palette there. Then I have my paper towel, and I just wipe off my stick here. And then we're going to look for some French ultramarine blue. I'm low on that. Okay, we have some French ultramarine blue here. Let's see. This should be fresh, and it is. And then we just put some French ultramarine blue there. And what else are we going to do now? We'll just stick with our cool colors for right now. I notice we've gone through a lot of cerulean blue. So let's fill up our cerulean. I use a lot of cerulean usually in my watercolors. Beautiful blue, my favorite blue out of all of the blues. Okay, and what else do we have? Maybe some Viridian. I see we need some Viridian there. Maybe we need some more Viridian. So, one of my favorite greens. Probably my favorite green. I like sap green too. And that's a little dab of Viridian. So I'm looking around for my cool colors. I think all the other cool colors look pretty good right now. So right away, we'll put that to the side, the cool colors bag, and then we'll take our warm colors now. Bag here, and we'll see what we're going to need. We're going to need some burnt umber. I see that. And this is all part of being a watercolor artist. You have to have all your colors, your tube colors in stock, so you don't want to run out of any colors when you're painting. That could ruin your day. So we'll take some burnt umber, fill that up. And this is just, we're showing the process here, especially if you're brand new to watercolor, you're having a fun time, you're enjoying this video, you're going to subscribe on the right hand side below because you don't want to miss anything when we're creating our videos here. You'll learn just oodles and oodles of new information all the time on my channel. Here we're just giving a quick little, rendering of filling up our palette. Yellow ochre, we have plenty of yellow ochre there, so we're going to let that one set as it is. We need some raw sienna though. Let's see if we can find that in our paints here. Let's see, do I have any raw sienna? I should have it, and I think, yeah, that's yellow ochre. Alright, so, you know what? Sometimes if you have yellow ochre in your palette, you can make do with that, and you don't necessarily have to have raw sienna. Raw sienna is nice though because it's transparent, so it kind of has a nice translucent effect to it. It's, even more, yellow ochre is more opaque, so if you can, try to always have the yellow ochre and raw sienna. And right now I'm looking for raw sienna. I don't see it, so what we'll try to do is, I probably have it over in my drawer, in my paint drawers. I have a whole drawer dedicated to some paints in there that I leave extras. So we'll just take our raw sienna right here, right now, that we have left over, and just add some water to it. Spritzer bottle. So you always want to have your spritzer bottle handy to spritz your paints. Moisten them up a little bit. And again, here I'm going to take that raw sienna. I still had some in here in the paint pan here, so I'm just gonna kind of like reactivate it with a little bit of water and mix it up a little bit so that we do have it. Okay, and that's all. And then I think we have everything else is looking good. We have all of our warm colors. We have yellow ochre, raw sienna, cadmium red, cadmium orange, rose madder, alizarin crimson, burnt sienna, burnt umber. Those are our warm colors, raw umber, cadmium yellow, cadmium lemon yellow. So all of our warm colors are pretty good, and we did fill up all of our cool colors that we had, which are French ultramarine blue, these both are cobalt blue, these both are cerulean blue. I use a lot of cerulean and I use a lot of cobalt blue. So I have two pans of those each. And we have ultramarine violet, which is our purple, and then we have a little bit of black, raw umber, ivory black and Pines gray. And then again, we have some of the Viridian green. We have some yellow. This is green. This is olive green, and we have sap green, plenty of sap green, and we have a little bit of chromium of oxide green. And then we can just always do a little bit of spritz some paint, some water into those here. So I'm reactivating my olive green. That was a little bit dry, and then also some chromium of oxide. All right, that's my quick rendition of getting the palette filled with new paint. And I just put all my colors back. I just put the caps back on best I can. Sometimes they don't always go back on perfectly. I try to get them on as best I can. And I put them all back in their respective bags, warm colors and cool colors separated. Okay, so now let's start working on our boat here a little bit. And I think I'm going to go with some French ultramarine blue, burnt umber. We'll make a nice, really, really dark, burnt umber, French ultramarine blue, a little bit of burnt sienna. And we'll just maybe start getting in our boat here, our fishing boat, and we'll get a little dark here on the top of the boat. And we won't get too carried away with fine details. We just want to get the top of the boat. There's a little bit of a dark, almost black, dark blue, black paint scheme on the top of the boat. And then we have maybe some red over here. A little bit of that blue and burnt sienna to tone down that red. And then we have that here. That's some red here at the bottom of the boat, in the hull. And then maybe we have a little bit of blue for some shadow on this boat. Maybe some cerulean blue and then some raw sienna. Maybe a little bit of alizarin crimson. Maybe a little bit of a shadow over here on the boat. Maybe a shadow over here too. And then maybe we can blot up a little bit of that shadow. Like that. All right, now we're going to, again, try to really have some fun with the water and the texture. So I will take some French ultramarine blue, little bit of burnt sienna just to tone that down a little bit, that blue. And let's look how that looks. Yeah, that looks really good. See, we're getting that sparkle in the water. Doesn't that look good? Maybe a little bit of green. That's some Viridian green. Let's see if we could infuse some Viridian green in there. And then get some more of that, again, broken edges of the water, sparkling of the light on the water. Yeah, that looks really nice. A little bit of more blue, French ultramarine blue. Maybe we have some darker blue over here, like this, and over here. A little bit of splashing. Maybe a little bit of raw sienna or some alizarin crimson in the water, just to mix up some colors. A little bit of raw sienna. Okay, looks good. Now we're going to keep working that blue right back here. Wow, look how good that looks. Beautiful, good. And then some purple. A little bit of burnt umber with the purple, just to kind of mellow that purple out a little bit, that ultramarine violet. And then let's make some hills in the background. There we go. And you can see I left a little bit of white paper along the bottom of these mountains, these mountain ranges, like that. And then why not? Let's just fire in the sky. Don't worry about it. Take some cerulean blue with some water. Mix up a little bit of sky wash, water, cerulean blue. Let's do that splash effect again. Quickly though, when you do the splash effect for your sky washes, do it quickly. Get some of those splashes on there fast, right? Then quickly rinse off your brush, and with a damp brush, just go right across the paper with a damp brush like this. One sweep across like this, holding your brush like this. And just go back and forth like that. And that gives you a beautiful sky wash quickly, almost effortlessly. And then we add a little bit of orange here, touch of cadmium orange, like that. Maybe muddy it up a little bit with some blue, and then put it across here like that. And then damp brush it and just blend it in nice like this. And then work it up into the atmosphere a little bit here in the sky, that raw sienna. Just a little bit up here, not too much, but you got to work it fast, all at one time, quickly, and that's it. You can't really spend more than a minute or two doing the sky, and then it's got to be, you got to let it dry. If you keep going back in and adding more water or more paint, it winds up kind of like causing problems with the wash. It looks like you get blossoms and cauliflowers, and the washes don't look as good. So this is quick is better. Quick is the best. Fast is the best when it comes to skies. Get the paint on there quick, smooth it out, and that's it. Let it go. Just walk away from it. And then when you come back in an hour or two, or if you use a blow dryer, you can come back in 5 minutes and keep working. But that's good. Okay, and again, you're seeing how arches can really add some really beautiful effects to your watercolor paper. Again, shimmering light across the water over here by our boat in the water, and even in the sky, adding a little bit of more interesting sky effects with the clouds, with that beautiful arches rough paper. And there we go. Classic watercolor look. So what I'll do next is I'll let this dry 100%. We'll come back and we'll just finish the finishing touches of the mast and the boat here, because I think the boat needs a little bit of detail. Other than that, everything is good. Maybe we'll put a figure in the boat, possibly, and then we'll be all set. So we'll come back and do that in just a minute. We have to let this dry. And you can also use a blow dryer if you want to and dry this within 5 minutes. So I might do that. I might grab my blow dryer, dry it off quick, in a couple minutes, and then come right back. But in any case, I will take just a break now for a few seconds, and then I'll come right back. All right, let's keep working, and maybe we'll use our needlepoint brush now to do a couple just final details on our boat. Not a big deal. This is kind of the fun part. Once you get your main washes of your water, your sea, some distant purple mountains, very light purple mountains, that cool effect of the distant mountains, and in your sky wash, you're pretty much all set. You take a little bit of burnt umber, you put that in the palette. You just kind of want like a wood type feel with some, cerulean blue and burnt umber. So warm and cool, a little bit of cerulean blue, a little bit of burnt umber. Kind of make the mix a little bit warm and cool. We don't want to just be like a one-stop shop for colors. We want to try to mix those colors up a little bit and kind of get different warm and cool effects. And then you just take your mast of your boat and you just go a little bit at a time, and then you just work it upwards. You maybe skip a spot or two. That might be where the light is striking the mast, so you leave some spaces with it. You do like a dashed line, basically. I mean, does that make sense? You could always go back in if you make a dashed line and fill it in, but once you make one solid straight line, you can't really go back in and start trying to remove your lines. So if you think of it as, you can always take the approach of doing a little bit less and then adding back into your painting, adding some more details into your painting. But once you paint something in there, it's hard to kind of remove it. It would be a lot of scrubbing and wouldn't look good. So watercolor is really, we always try in watercolor to get everything done at one time if we can. So again, I'll just do some masks over here. There's another mask that comes up here like so. I hope you're doing a great job, everybody. Good work. Good. You're doing your final details here. Again, I'm doing dashed lines, basically. I won't be putting in every single bit of line. These are just some of the rigging, the lines for the boat. And that should be good. A couple more lines here. Just a couple more like this. And that's fine. Good enough. Maybe a little bit of a flag up here in the breeze, kind of. And that's pretty good. I think we're fine with that. Maybe a little bit of a darker French ultramarine blue over here. And you can add in a little bit of a darker dark under here maybe. Sometimes a little bit of a darker dark here and there will make it look a little better. A little bit under here maybe. Like that. Okay, that looks good. I think we're going to call that complete. And we're just going to work right on through to number 33. So 33, maybe we'll do a couple figures. And maybe we'll see. I think what I'm going to do is, I always try to get some ideas anyway. I try to look around some magazines, some watercolor books. We're kind of right now we're in the mode of doing some water scenes, some seascapes, so I'll try to stick with that and see what we can come up with. Maybe we'll just do a simple couple of shacks along the water here. We'll take our pencil. You can use any old pencil. I use pencils I buy at the 5 and dime store. Sometimes I have pencils, mechanical pencils here and there. So I have some mechanical pencils here and there. But this is fine. This one works fine. We'll use this. And we'll just do a nice little... We'll do a 1/3 up. So maybe a third up, 1/3 up. There's 2/3 full, 3/3. 1/3 up. We'll do our water line, our water horizon line. Let's do maybe a little shack over here. Why not? Maybe a shack over here like this. And maybe another bit of building over here. Over there like this. Then maybe in the distance over here we have another. Okay, so we have some fishing shacks along the water. That's good. We have a couple, just basically, I'm doing rectangles. One rectangle, here's a square, another rectangle here, another rectangle here, and then the roofs are basically like a pyramid shape, and then more rectangles. The roofs are just rectangles up top here, like that, and that's it. And then maybe we have a couple boats. Maybe we have a boat over here next to this. So we'll put a boat and a mast here and a couple bits of rigging. Maybe another boat over here too, in the distance here, like that. So now you see we've created a beautiful kind of a shoreline here. And then we'll see what we can do with our paints. And we're going to see how beautiful, again, our arches paper handles. So we'll kind of work some nice, let's do some raw umber here. Raw umber. And this is more of a dark. Let's make that a more dark. So that's burnt umber, French ultramarine blue, burnt sienna. That'll be our dark kind of wash that we need, burnt sienna. Like that. So then now I rinse off my brush, dry off the brush with some paper towel or tissue. I have my raw umber over here. Maybe we have some more alizarin crimson over here. So you can kind of see I'm using my palette colors right even with where they are in the palette. So French ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, French ultramarine blue here, burnt sienna. Then I come over here, raw umber, straight up here. And then in red, alizarin crimson. So that kind of gives us the ease of always putting the paint right where it goes in the palette. And then down here, some cerulean blue, a little bit of purple. Maybe we'll do some raw sienna over here, like that. And now we have plenty of colors. That's all we need. Maybe a little bit of green, viridian green over here. All right, let's see what we can do with those colors. So we'll get the darks in first. Let's get some darks in first. I'm using my number 8 again. Trying to use a large brush as I can go. And then another bit of darks over here for this building. So basically a rectangle and a square. That's it. That's simple. Maybe we change the color around a little bit. Maybe a little more burnt umber over here. Make that a little more earthy. Burnt umber there. I don't know, maybe some burnt sienna over here. And then maybe mix in a little bit of blue with that. Okay, and then let's do the roofs. Why not? Let's take some bluish colors. Maybe we'll do the roofs here in the tops. We'll use some sap green mixed in with that. Maybe that will look good there. Then maybe a little bit of green, viridian green with the raw sienna, like that. And what I'm doing is I'm basically just making sure that I change the colors from the bottom of the buildings and the roofs. So I want to always change those colors so that you can see the roofs and the buildings, if that makes sense. And then why not just let's keep going. We'll do some of the sailboats here. We'll make those kind of dark. We'll do these here like that. We'll do this one here like this, and I'll try to then we'll come in, get some more raw umber and raw sienna and raw umber, a little bit of sap green. Mix it all up over here with all these colors. Just get some good mixes of reds and greens. Make a nice grayish green color over here. There's going to be some water over here, so I'm going to make the water come this way. So we're going to make sort of like a V shape over here. So we're going to keep this like this. Maybe we'll add some, lift up a little bit of paint, add some watercolor, some cerulean blue, like this, water, some watercolor, some blue watercolor, there we go. Again, we're going to use that beautiful blue mix with the paper, so shimmering light across the water. Look how good that looks, a little bit of French ultramarine blue. It gets a little bit darker here, the water. Okay. So the water gets a little bit darker over here, and then we add in some of that Viridian green. More high intensity, closer to us in the foreground, and it gets mellower as it goes in the distance there. But you can see how beautiful that looks, the shimmering water. So you almost have like a beautiful bay with some boats and shacks along the sea here. And now all we have left is to do some beautiful, maybe some, a little bit of green and purple. Maybe a little bit of blue, green, purple, blue. And we'll just do a little bit of some distant mountains. We lift up like this. Like that. Okay, so we just have that little bit of maybe we need to add some green to that, or some raw umber. Let's do that. Let's add some green, some raw umber. To those distant trees. And then that's the water over here, the ocean out that way. And then all that's left is we take a little bit of water. Let's take our water container. You see it's murky, that water. Let's empty it. And we'll take some fresh, clean water out of a water container or whatever you have. And now we'll wet the paper up top. Up here. Wet the paper up here. And then remember, we're going to do like we actually have. This is one really fun technique, method you can use. I'm really good. I'm very proud that everyone is working with this new method. Take your damp brush, which is basically you rinse your brush off with clean water, take off a little bit of water on a tissue or a paper towel or sponge, and then you come over here and you just do a damp line across the bottom of the painting above the painting that you just created. The buildings, the trees, just so you can now put in your sky wash and it won't flow down into the rest of your paintings, and that'll save your paintings and make them look so good. And there we're going to just, wow, look at this. We're going to make a nice stormy looking sky. Maybe take a little black. Put a little black in there for a storm cloud. Why not? Get excited. Ooh, look how good that looks. A storm cloud. Whoa. Add a little bit of burnt, or add a little bit of Payne's gray and a little bit of ivory black to a little bit of a cloud area like this. Like that. Just like that. Then go in with your cerulean blue, like this, and just make this more calm and relaxed over here like this. Very light. And then maybe this comes down like a rain cloud. And you just kind of flick up the brush like that. Sometimes that kind of gives you the effect like it's raining. Somehow that works. A little more black maybe up here. Add a little more water. Let the water flow on down. There we go. And then a little bit of orange over here. A little bit of clouds. If your water starts to infiltrate a little bit because you added quite a bit of water, no worries. Don't worry about it. You grab a tissue and just blot up a little bit here and there. If you start to see your water flowing down too much, even sometimes if you make that little light bit of damp paper along the edge of your mountains and your buildings where it meets the sky, it can sometimes still overflow and go down into the bottom of your painting. And that's when you just quick grab your tissue or your paper towel and you just do a quick little blot, and that solves it. And then you can even do a quick, we did our cloud formations, remember, with our, take our tissue or paper towel and just do a couple quick spins like this, like that, and then smooth them out, and you have some clouds and some light like that, and that's it. All right, so we're going to move on. We're going to, again, let's keep working. We have lots more to do. We have to go to number 50. We're only at, well, we're at 33. We're going to move up to 36 in a few minutes. So let's do the next 3. Let's just take a quick break. It's always good. Take some breaks. You might break this video up into like, maybe, you know, you do 6 every, like half a day. So you do maybe 6 in the morning, 6 at night. Then you go to the next day, you do another 6. You know, you break up as much as you want. Maybe some of these you won't want to paint. You might not like boat paintings, but you like flower paintings. We'll do more flower paintings just in a few. So whatever you like to paint, we're going to paint everything here on this video. And so let's continue on, and we'll start our next 3. All right, so we're just moving right along here. We're going to start with number 34 here, where we've just completed a number of our compositions here, and we're just going to keep rolling here. Let's shift gears a little bit. Let's do some flowers. And I thought I would cover some really interesting techniques and methods regarding painting into the light with some flower paintings. I think you'll really enjoy this. If you really enjoy painting flowers, perfect opportunity now to kind of get in and do some work, small compositions on flowers. If not, you can just work along with them, and you'll learn the really exciting technique of painting into the light. And then we have a little bit of, you know, other exciting tidbits that go along with that painting into the light effect. So I'll put my pencil down for just a second. I want to make sure my palette here is locked down here. So I just need a little bit of tape on this thing here. And that's one piece there. One more to go. This is really fun doing these compositions, and we're well on our way to doing our 50 as promised. We're doing 50 methods and techniques in watercolor compositions. We did the first video was the first 24 or 25, and now we're finishing up part 2 of 2. So this is, we're continuing on now here in this middle of our part 2 of 2. And I'm glad you're joining along and having fun with us. We're having a great time, and this is so much fun about with watercolor. When you're doing small compositions like this, this is really the real, like, the fire of watercolor. You're learning all the, like, methods and techniques in a more compact fashion, and a lot at one time. And then as you practice these over and over again, as we're going through all of these compositions and these paintings, these small vignettes and small comps, this is where you're going to like pick up your kind of your technique and your methods in watercolor, because you're actually, by practicing them, it's going to be locked into your brain and your mind and the way you're going to approach your paintings in the future. So whatever you're practicing on and working on in these like small vignettes and these small studies, that will become your finished paintings. So as long as you're working along with me here on these compositions as we go forward throughout this whole series of the 50 compositions, you'll be fine. You're going to learn a lot, and you'll see that when you start maybe doing some more maybe some larger size paintings, or going back to doing some other videos and other workshops or things that we're doing online here, you'll notice that you're really going to have picked up a lot. So the next thing we'll do is we're just going to do a loose, again, some flower painting, some loose ideas here. We're going to have this one here. We'll put a vase in the center of our painting. So you could even kind of take your painting and divide it, your small composition here, maybe divide it in half. And that could be the table over here, the back of the table. So that's the back edge of your table. And then you can take the central area here, and then we're going to make a vase here. So maybe we'll make the vase a little bit above the back edge of the table. And we'll just make a little nice vase like this. And I'm just doing this for fun here. I'm not really working from anything but my imagination, really, because I have many vases here in my studio that I set up and paint, plein air, or I do paintings right here in the studio. So you can just make a quick vase with a handle, and you can make it any old way you'd like to. You can skip it, and you don't have to necessarily put the handle on there. But this is just, again, the idea. And this vase might be a little bit, sometimes we'll just take the pencil and straighten out a few things. Like, it looked a little lopsided, the vase. So now I just bring this over a little bit to the right. Makes it a little bit better. It doesn't have to be perfect by any means. And then we'll just put some flower shapes in here. So nothing, just maybe we'll have some fun. We'll put maybe one flower shape like this right in the center, like that, kind of hovering above. And then a couple stems coming up to that flower right there. And then maybe we'll have a few more flower shapes here, like so. And another here. Maybe a couple green leaf forms over here. And then maybe we'll make another flower shape here. One more up here. And maybe one off to the side over here. And again, just a flower shape with some petals. And nothing too, just like abstract. If you can think of just abstract ideas of flower shapes with petals. Because we're really just trying to get the idea of painting into the light, where there's a window behind us, or in front of us, I should say. So there's a window in front of us. The light's coming through the window from the outdoors. And then we're going to say that this is like a glass top table. Maybe we have a kitchen table or a kitchen countertop that's got a very shiny, glossy finish to it. And we'll pretend that this is the front edge of that table. So there's a little bit of a front edge to that glass top table, or countertop, if you will. And then from that point, I think we're pretty good. We'll do a few window panes and a window sill. So we're going to have maybe a window sill back here. And we'll have some window panes there. So we're going to make some vertical window panes this way, and then we'll go across this way with a horizontal window pane like this. And we just go right across. You try to keep it level. If you need a ruler, that's fine. Please use a ruler. If you want to, you can always take a ruler and, come across with a ruler and do your lines with a ruler if you want. It's it's up to you if you want to take a little more time and do it a little more, painstakingly accurate, but it's kind of fun just to do it by hand, by eye. Gives it a kind of charm if it's not perfectly accurate. And then here we're going to just pretend that we're going to have the vase like this, in the cast shadow from the vase, from the light shining this way towards us. So the light shining through the window this way towards us, right forward. That's going to put a cast shadow on the glass like this, so that's going to be shadows there. And then the same thing with these. There's going to be some shadows here from the window panes. So you can put those across there lightly. We're going to paint those in. We're not so worried about how accurate they're going to be because we're just going to do those more abstractly. The reflections of these, and the shadows, I should say, which become reflections because this is a glass top table. Okay, so that's good. And I think we're ready to paint. And again, not a worry. Just thinking of abstract ideas here. Flowers, a vase, glass top table, a window behind, and the light shining through the window towards us. And so we could just start working with some colors. Maybe we'll use some red, alizarin crimson, maybe a little bit of cadmium red and alizarin crimson. That could be our kind of our red colors for these flowers, for some of them. We'll maybe mix it up and use a couple different colors, but let's just kind of start out with this flower here. And then up here too, we'll do this one. And then what you can do is you could start by adding some raw umber and some cobalt blue and cerulean blue and make a little bit of a darker bit of wash there. And that's going to be for the center of the flower. And what that does is that gives you a feeling that the light is behind this flower, and in the center of the flower it's a little bit darker, and then the outer edges of the petals of the flower are brighter because the light's making it through the flower itself. And we'll do another one over here, the darker in the center of the flower. And again, just the idea of it. Doesn't have to be perfect. We're not out to make a wonderful painting that we're going to put into a show or a gallery or anything like that. We're just trying to get some basic concepts here as we go, and then some darker wash there in the center. And then let's make some maybe golden color flowers. We'll go with some raw sienna here. We'll take some raw sienna, maybe some cadmium yellow. And we'll maybe do a few of these here. Maybe this is a gold color flower there. Maybe another there like this. So we're just going to get some of those flower shapes. And then maybe another red flower here. Like that. And again, we'll do a little bit of that dark shadow in the centers of the flowers. And then some greens. Let's make some green, sap green. Get a good amount of sap green on there, on the palette. And then what else are we going to want to do? Maybe we'll add some raw sienna to that sap green too. Maybe a little bit of yellow ochre. I'll rinse my brush off, dry off a little bit of water on my paper towel or tissue, just to take some water off the brush. I don't want the water flooding on my brush and then going into the palette and making like a huge puddle of water. This is almost straight paint, as you can see. You can kind of see how there's no huge puddles. Like if I go down here and I take some, I don't know, some yellow like this and some red, you can see how this would be like really puddly. See how that's like, that happens if we're not taking a little bit of water off the brush before we go into the paint. So this here, I have really good, strong, straight paint right from the palette with no puddles like this where it's all flooding out like that. That's one of the keys to watercolor. If you can control how much water you're using while you're painting. That's a huge benefit to learning watercolor, and kind of like getting ahead of the curve on it. I learned that the hard way. It took me years to really figure that out, but it does take a little bit of time. Watercolor is not easy, so don't worry. You take your time. You learn a few things. If you see something really is important that you've learned, then you write that down and you make sure that that's something you really, or you save the painting that you've learned something. And like if you learn something, I used to do this. I'm hoping you'll maybe try it out yourself and see how it works. But if I saw that I had a painting that looked really good, or it was looking the way I wanted it to, or I thought, yeah, that's looking really good, I'm thinking I'm making some progress, I would save that little small composition or small painting and put that aside and make sure that I'm always looking at it and saying, that's what I'm aiming for the next time. And then that's how I kind of, after a while I started realizing it's really good to, when you do a good painting or a good composition, or if you have some of these compositions that come out really good, save the ones that really come out good that you like a lot and put those aside. And then the next time when you're painting, let's say if you're painting a boat painting and your boat painting comes out really good when we're doing these compositions, clip it out, maybe save it in a folder, or pin it up on the wall, tape it up on your refrigerator, whatever it is. Save it, keep it with close by in your studio wherever you're painting. And this way, the next time you go in to maybe do a boat painting, let's say, you're going to look at that one and go, see, that's what I'm aiming for. I see how I got the really good darks. And I got some white paper there and some beautiful blue washes for the ocean with some sparkles on the water. And, if everything was working good for you in that composition, that's what you'll save that one. If you have one that came out really terrible, where like the water's flooding all over the place and the colors don't look good, you just take that and put it into a folder or whatever, in a shoebox or something, and you save it for memories or something. But you don't want to look at that for your example. You want to definitely save the ones that are good, and you keep those and keep looking at those and saying, all right, yeah, I'm looking to do that more often if I can. So now we have those beautiful dark shapes of the flowers, petals and the flowers. And then now we'll do the vase, and we'll just use more of the same colors, blue and red and gold. Now I'm adding a little more water, but not a whole lot. And then I'll go right down the center of the vase like that. Then I'll rinse off my brush, dry off a little bit of the water. So now I just have a damp brush. And then I'll just smooth that wash out to the edges here like that. And then I'll do a little more dark in the center, so that's more red, blue. I want that to be darker there in the center. So the light's kind of wrapping around this way, coming around the vase this way. So it's darker in the center. And we'll do just a quick handle. And then we'll just use more of that same wash there. And we'll just do our shadow, cast shadow from the light coming behind from the window. And then we'll do the same thing here. We'll start to work on the window panes. So we'll do more raw umber and cerulean blue maybe, touch of red. And again, just real simple. I rest my hand on the paper, nice and stable, and then I just move my hand upwards like this. That's same thing over here. My hand's resting on the paper. This one here. And then one across this way. My hand's resting on the paper. And I'm just going across like that. And the same thing here. Let's do this. Let's create this bottom sash of the window. It's in shadow. I'll leave a little bit of that highlight around the vase and the handle. So you can see we're just doing a really good job of keeping the idea of the light coming through the window, this way through the window, and then we're just doing this a little bit more wavier, reflections, not as accurate. Okay, and maybe a little splashing, a couple of splashes to just give it a little texture, and then there might be a shadow under here. What I'll do is I'll let this dry though first, this sash of the window here, and we'll make a shadow, cast shadow for this on the glass top table, but let's let this dry first here, if you could imagine. A couple more little bits of, and then here let's create this shadow in front here, on the front of the table, with just a little bit of cerulean blue and other colors we just had in the palette. And that way we have a shadow here too. So this is where the table ends, the front of the table ends, and then it goes vertical down toward the floor. So this is where the table edge ends here, and then this part is the front edge of the table going down towards the floor. Alright, so that is really looking, I think, good. We can take a little more artist liberty here and maybe a couple more splashes where the flowers are. Maybe a little more greens here. Maybe there's a couple leaf forms. Like that. You could put a couple of stems. Maybe a little bit of cerulean blue with a little bit of water. Just to get a couple of splashes on there. Maybe those are some mystery bits of flowers there. And maybe a little bit of blue and red to spruce up some of the. This happens to be Fabriano paper right now here, and up here is the arches. So I trimmed the paper in half and put my Fabriano down here on these three blocks. So I split this one as we were working. But I think that's looking good. I think we have the basic idea of that. And I think the only thing, I think we can actually create the shadow. Let's just keep working. And let's put in the shadow here. So let's use some blue, some red, kind of a purple color. Let's try that. Sometimes watercolor is just trying out some fun mixes. Yeah, that looks fine. All right, so now we have the shadow of that. And the only thing maybe is this line here, this parallel line across this here. This could have been a little bit further here, like this way. So I made this a little bit too close, I think. Just a little bit, but it still works. It looks fine. I think it looks good. I don't think anyone would notice that it might be you know, not 100% accurate here, because this line here would be starting right here. So you can kind of see that from here to here. Here to here, that would be starting right here and then to here. So that this line should actually be right here and then across here like that. But we're not going to complain. If it looks good, we're going to be happy with it and not worry too much about it. As long as it's passable, we're going to be happy and say we learned a lot on this. We learned that you can create some beautiful effects with the light coming through the window on this painting with some flowers, cast shadows onto a glass top table or a white tablecloth, we could call that, and some rim lighting around the vase, some nice bright rim lighting, that white bright light around the vase, some of that lighter wash around the outside edge of the vase where the light is kind of wrapping around a little bit the vase, and then toward the center of the vase here you have that darker wash because the light is not able to really get around that. So, and we have a good bit of shadowing that looks really nice, so we practiced our cast shadows, and I think we're going to call this good, and we're going to move on to the next one. We'll probably do something similar on this next one too as well, just so we kind of repeat the same idea again second time. This way it'll actually be a little easier on this next composition, because we're going to just redo the same techniques, methods here, and the same approach as we go to the next composition. Okay, all right, so we're moving right along here. We're at number 35 in this 50 compositions that we're working on, and we'll just get right back into it in just a second. We'll take a quick break, empty out our water bucket, and we'll be right back. All right, so we're going to continue here with the same idea of we're going to be painting into the light, light shining from behind the window towards us, and we're going to do another vase with some flowers. This time we'll just do a little more of a maybe looser type feel for the flowers. Let me, I think I'm going to go a little bit lower here for the back of the table. So the back of our table was right here. We're just going to go a little lower in this one here, like that. We can go across. We can use a ruler if you want. You can always take a ruler and go across. And then I think the vase, let's make the vase a little bit more, I think I'll make the vase a little more simple. We're going to just do like a tapered kind of look to it like this. Like that. And then I think we'll start going up like this. Maybe we'll make our first kind of, let's say, stem upwards. And we'll take a few more like this. So we're going to just take some stems like this. Maybe we can even we'll make this a clear translucent glass vase. So that should be interesting. So we're going to see all the flower stems in here like so. Okay, I just do a few quick really ideas as well. Maybe the first ones I start out a little more stable and slow, and then I just do a couple quick like that. Gives me the overall idea of what I wanted to have here. Plenty of good stems. I might erase a few stems here and there just to loosen up that look. Then I'm just going to take some flower shapes and just kind of make them like radiating forms, roundish radiating forms like this. Maybe some wildflower type flower shapes We'll make them gold. Let's make them yellow, like this. Okay. Okay, and then this is the back of the table. And then maybe on this, we'll make the window panes here, like that. And then maybe up a little bit higher here. We can even go across here like so. Like that. Then we'll do the reflections here, like that. And then this here is going to make it. You can always just do a basic, simple, whatever you have up here to the edge of your table. That'll be the same distance for your shadow this way. So if we go up here, put our finger on the pencil here, it's going to be that same distance this way. And yes, it does make it, but just by a little bit. So we might even just leave that off. Or we could even say, let's make that stretch the truth a little bit here, and we'll make this a little bit closer. So this is the distance it should be reflecting onto the glass tabletop. Okay, since it's right here where the edge of the composition is, let's just embellish the truth a little bit here, and we'll make it a little bit closer, like this, so that we have it in the painting. It looks good. I don't think anyone's ever going to notice that little bit of stretching the truth and bringing that up a little bit like this, but the true, accurate reflection would be the same distance from the edge of the back of the table to here would be the same as coming down here and doing that. And you can see it's sort of right at the edge here. So, but we'll stretch the truth and move that up just a little bit so we can have it in the painting. So as an artist, you have to do that sometimes, stretch things a little bit, you know, make some artist liberty, you know, take some artist liberty and make some changes here and there if you don't think it's going to be too drastic where someone might notice it. And I think that's good. All right, so we're going to get painting now. And I will clean up my palette a little bit. I'll take my paper towel, dampen it in some of my water bucket. And I'll just start with fresh colors. So I'll just go around my palette and tidy up a little bit here. Maybe one more time, just with a drier paper towel. Just like that. We might use some of the same colors. And you can use any palette you have. So whenever you see me working, if you have a different palette, you might have a beginner style palette. I use the Prang Oval 16 palette. Interestingly, I have all of my art supplies down below in the comment section down below. Links to Amazon for all my art supplies, all the ones that I recommend that I use on a consistent basis for the last 15 years or so. So I know they work great. I'm not going to suggest anyone look at products that don't work. These are all products I've used on a consistent basis for a long time. They're really good. They're, you know, good quality, good prices on them. And so let's get started here. First things, I think I'll use a little bit of a larger brush here. I think I'll use the number 8 Da Vinci travel brush. And I think I'm going to empty the water and get some fresh, clean water. So I just quick empty the water, add some fresh, clean water. And I'll use a larger brush, I think, just to... Seems to be a good sized brush for the painting, for this composition. We could use the smaller brush too when we're doing a little more detail work, but these two brushes seem to fit the composition fine. Obviously, we wouldn't, use, for this composition, we wouldn't, use like a super large brush or anything like that, like, something like this. We want to keep it in proportion to the painting, to the composition. So let's start out, and we'll get some of that yellow and gold. So I'm going to take cadmium yellow, cadmium yellow lemon, which is that lemony yellow. So we have a couple different yellows here, golden colors, right? Then rinse off the brush, Take a little bit of the water off the brush here, and then we go in and get some raw sienna. And that's a translucent, transparent gold color. Raw umber, which is right next to it here, down here. This yellow ochre is more opaque. So you can see how this is opaque. You can't really see through, you can't see through it as much, whereas the raw sienna up here, you can see how it's more translucent, transparent. So you can use those two effects with your raw umber and raw sienna, yellow ochre and raw sienna. Raw umber here is same idea as the yellow ochre, a little more that's, raw umber is mostly pretty opaque, but not quite as opaque as the yellow ochre, but it is not quite as translucent or transparent as the raw sienna. All right, so now let's get we'll start making our yellow flower shapes, and just take your brush, have a fun time, kind of go with the pencil sketches that you did on the paper with where you would put your flowers, kind of keep that same idea going, but it's a freedom to just dance the brush around. You're going to leave lots of white paper in between your flower shapes. You don't want to go in and just put all the golden flowers everywhere and lose all that light behind it. Same with here. You can kind of see I left lots of light showing through the flower bouquet. So that's really a key to really doing beautiful bouquets of flowers. Even if you see that your flower bouquet that you might see in a picture or another painting, or plein air, if you're painting plein air and you're someplace and you see a flower bouquet and you want to paint it, just leave a little bit of that white paper in between the flowers here and there, even if you have to kind of manufacture that idea, even though you don't see it in front of you in a still life or a picture or anything like that. It'll really look much more, it'll give the painting a little bit of a better feel. And then I can take some of that yellow, mix it with a little bit of water so I can get a little bit of splashing going. And there I'll splash on some bit of paint, and then you can always cover over your other painting over here if you want to splash on some more paint. You don't want to have the other painting affected, you can just do that. Okay, so I'm just going to get some of that other bits of splashing there. You could do a couple finger taps. Those could be lighter flowers, and we'll paint in the stems later. Okay, so our best bet now is to go in with a little bit of raw umber, a little bit of that darker feel, maybe with a little bit of blue, a little bit of cerulean blue, and we'll just make some of that darker, the central sections of the flower petals and the flowers, we'll just make them a little darker. And again, that gives you that feeling of the light is not quite breaking through the center of the flowers, but it's backlighting the outer edges of the flower shapes, like that. And then you can even start doing a few stems here and there. You can add a little bit of burnt umber to get it a little darker with a little bit of cerulean blue, like this. You can start getting in some nice stem like this, and that's all you really, that's really the fun of it. There might be a few green leaf forms you might have in here. You could just kind of put those in as you go. You don't necessarily have to draw those in with pencil. You can just kind of remind yourself, oh, let's get a couple of green leaf forms in here and there. Maybe have a few coming close to the top edge of the flower vase, and then you can have a couple of the stems in here like that. And you don't worry if you go over a spot. You can just lift up. You always, have a tissue or a paper towel on hand. If you go over an area that you want to quick lift up, you just, you paint over an area, no problem. Just lift up with a quick tissue. And then we did the quick lift up of the paint there, but it doesn't really matter. I think we're looking good here. Maybe a little bit of light cerulean blue like this down here. Now we can work in some of that cooler. So that's the vase here with a little bit of that cooler color, maybe a little bit of cobalt blue. We want to mix up our blues here. We don't want to be like just using one type of color. Let's mix up our colors, maybe even a little touch of purple there, some ultramarine violet. Maybe just a little bit of that might look really nice. And I think that's fine. Looks good. We'll let this start to dry. And I think we could start to work in our window panes. And I would use the same colors. I wouldn't change up the colors too much. Raw umber, maybe a little bit of burnt umber to get a little bit darker. Some cerulean blue. I think that's fine. Maybe a little burnt umber just to get a little darker maybe. And then we're just going to do this. We're going to start getting our window panes in. You can kind of leave some flowers there and sort of not paint all the way straight through. You can leave some white paper, or you're the artist, you're going to kind of see what I'm doing here and just take a mental note of it, I guess, or jot down a note or two once in a while. But I sort of won't paint that straight all the way through. I'll try to leave a little bit of white paper in there and the yellow flowers so that it feels like you can still see the flower shapes through the picture, through the painting. And then I might lighten that up just a little bit, add a little more water to that, maybe a touch of purple. Now I'll just do a little bit of a wavy kind of thing like this, same thing like that, a little bit wavy, and the same thing there, a little wavy, and that should be good. And then, since it is a glass top table, I will take some of that gold over here, mix that gold over here with my other colors, and we're just going to do this. And some cerulean blue. I'll mix around the colors like that. And then I might take a paper towel or tissue and just lighten up here. Can even take a couple of nail scratches like that. Maybe take a couple splashes too. And then a little bit of yellow. Just a little bit there like that for the shadowing. Okay, looks good. I might just do a quick... All right, let's take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, so we're going to continue here. I will pick up some of these colors. I am going to make this raw umber and burnt umber and a little bit of cerulean blue, a little bit of purple. I want to make this window sash here. And then what I'm going to do is put the reflection in. I'm going to leave a little space though between the two so that they don't leak right into each other, like, you know, flow. So I'm going to do that. I'll paint right through my vase like that. There we go. And then what I can do is, as it starts to dry a little bit, then I can kind of meet up the two edges like that. Once it starts to dry, just a little bit, only maybe 30 seconds to a minute, depends. But we really don't want any light in there. That's, that's the darkest part. All right, so we can finish up with a little more, maybe golden color. So I'll mix up that cadmium yellow lemon and cadmium yellow. And I'll add just a little bit of extra water because I do want to do a little bit of splashing now. So what I want to do is splash onto the center of the bouquet a little bit of flowers, just to make it a little more have a little more volume to it. Yes, I did leave some white paper though, you can see. That's important, that's really important. I think that's the most important takeaway, I think, on the painting flower arrangements. Not every flower arrangement will have maybe light showing through, but I would try to do it if at all possible, to sort of, like I was saying, let's stretch the truth a little bit, to try to get that little bit of feeling of lattice feeling where you can see through something. Then you can kind of feel like you're seeing through to the other side of the flowers, which gives it like a three-dimensional kind of quality to it, versus like a cut and pasted kind of look to it, especially with flowers. But I think we did a good job here. Maybe we could take some green again. We'll take a little bit of sap green maybe, and we'll pretend it's an outdoor where you can see some green. Maybe some greenery outside. Maybe there's some grass out there. Maybe a lawn or something. Or some trees. Just a touch of some green, I think, looks good. Like that. So you just add that little touch of color. And I think that looks fine. But I would keep this white. I wouldn't put any green on the glass top table, or that could be a white tablecloth too. We could use our imaginations on that. And I would let these yellow flowers dry 100% before you go in and put that green in. That's an important part of watercolor. You'll notice when you're painting washes, it's good to let certain sections dry, especially if you think you're going to, like if you're thinking of adding in your green wash through, so that you're seeing through the windows here, and you're seeing maybe some bushes or trees or grass or whatever, just a feeling of that greenery behind the windows. You keep in mind that you want to let all your yellow flowers and washes and splashes dry 100%, and then you can add in that green. If you do go in a little bit too soon, you'll notice that some of those yellow flowers and the flower shapes that you painted might blossom and bloom and start to like infiltrate out into the other washes that you've created. So that's just something to keep in mind. I think that's important. But let's keep moving along here. So we have another painting. We're sticking with some flowers here. Let's do one more flower painting. And I think then when we move on to the next few compositions after this, we'll shift into something a little different. But I know many of you like flower paintings, enjoy painting flowers, bouquets, flower studies, things like that. So that's why I'm doing them. I always know that when I create flower paintings, on my YouTube channel. Everyone seems to just really enjoy them so much, and they give a lot of thumbs up, and I'm hoping you'll thumbs up too if you like this video. And I'm also hoping you'll subscribe to my channel. Feel free to subscribe down below on the right-hand side. And I always mention that throughout my videos so that if you're just joining along for the first time and you've never been on my channel before, all it does is keep you in touch with me so that you don't miss any of my videos, because I'm making videos every weekend, all year long. So every weekend you'll see me here on YouTube. And then if you subscribe, all that does is just YouTube will let you know I've been creating a new video for the weekend, and will alert you that, that I'm creating a new video, at the given time that we're going to put it out. Sometimes we have it on a Thursday night or a Friday night. We'll put out our videos, or sometimes on the weekends, Saturdays, Sundays. Depends how busy I am and all the different things that go on. But in any case, let's take a quick break, and then we'll get started with our next flower composition. Okay, so now we're going to do a little bit more of a still life than we are a flower painting, but we're still going to have some flowers in here. So let's just kind of get an idea of putting a back of our table here. So again, we're going to use that idea of having the back of our table across our painting. And again, you can always use a ruler if you want, like this, a square edge ruler, T-square, and rest it on the paper, the edge of the paper, so you get a perfectly level line, or you can measure up from the bottom or from the top down of your paper. So let's say this is, let's take a look here. It's going to try to keep this accurate to what we have here. Yeah, it's 2 inches. So you could say, okay, 2 inches is my mark here. Then you could slide over here and say, oh, here's another 2-inch mark, hash mark here. And then you just join up your 2 lines with your ruler and just put your ruler on the both hash marks and go with your line across. And you have your perfect level line across your page. Always good to do that. You wouldn't want to have your line obviously like this, or you could have it that way too. Sometimes if you look at a painting or a picture or a photograph or something like that, sometimes you'll see a table like, trailing off like this into the distance or this way. So it depends what you're looking at, but just for argument's sake, let's keep our table level. And then we'll make it just a simple vase here in the center. We'll make this like a small vase like this. And then we're just going to make a couple, maybe like wildflowers here again, maybe something more. I'm just going to make some flower shapes again. I'm not going to, I'm just doing this by imagination, let's say. I'm not working from any pictures or anything like that. So I'm just hoping that you'll have fun with this, and we're not really trying to, again, if you're going to create a finished painting that you want to sell or put up, hang up in the house or give as a gift to a friend, well, then you're probably going to use a photograph of a flower arrangement, or maybe from a watercolor book, or maybe something you see on a magazine or something like that. That might be a little better. Would definitely be better to paint from like a photograph or something like that. But I'm just doing something I'm kind of from my imagination a little bit. I've painted many flower arrangements and things, so this will be again a clear glass vase. And then maybe we'll do just a few things here. Maybe we'll put a tomato over here like that. And then maybe an apple over here, let's do a lime. So we have a tomato over there. Let's do a little something different. Let's do a lime over here, like this, a lime, and maybe a lemon. I'll make this an apple over here, a green apple maybe, and a little bit of shadows here, like this. So I'll just put some shadows. We'll pretend the light's coming from here. Like that, so we'll put our light insignia. So the light's coming from this direction, so we have a little bit of the vase here, and then the shadows, cast shadows from the flowers over here. And we were going to say that's a tomato, lime, and then maybe like another green apple here. And let's see how that looks. We'll just have a fun time creating this small composition. So maybe the first thing we'll just tidy up the palette a little bit. I always like to do that. Get some fresh paint on there, so I'll just take my paper towel, dip it in my water container, and just nothing fancy, and it doesn't have to be perfect, just quick breeze over that. And then let's maybe we use some rose madder and some alizarin crimson for our flowers, and then let's just get those going here. And I'll maybe mix those two. I'll rinse off my brush a little bit, maybe check off a little bit of water on a paper towel or tissue. We'll use a little bit of rose madder. Having fun, dancing the brush around the page a little bit. We did remember that the light's coming from this direction. So we might want to have a little bit of the cobalt blue and a little bit of purple. And cobalt blue, maybe like that, a little bit of cobalt blue and purple. Just to get in a little bit of shadow here and there. So let's do that. Let's add some shadows where we would think the shadows are. Probably lower on the flower shapes. And the light's coming this way. So maybe on the right side of the flower petals and things, you're going to see more light, more of that lighter pink color. Okay, and then I would do a little splash maybe or two, like that, give it a little texture. Maybe a little bit of raw umber, over here with some burnt umber and a little bit of cerulean blue, and have a little bit of some stems like that, just to get some stems in there. Like that. A little bit of sap green and a little bit of caddy lemon yellow. Maybe a nice lively looking green, like that. A couple of more green leaf forms maybe up here, like that. Okay, and then we'll do some stems here. I like to do these quick, like this, as you can see. That sometimes really is effective. Just doing some real quick brush strokes, and then a little bit of cerulean blue. Kind of that nice feeling of coolness for the glass vase, like that. And then I think we're just going to go for it, and we'll go right into the tomato. So we'll use some straight cadmium red. I'd leave a highlight on the tomato like that, there. And then maybe a little bit of shadow, a little bit of cobalt blue on this side of the tomato. And I'm using straight paint for the tomato here. And then the shadow, I would go with the purple and blue. Maybe I'd come over here, purple and blue. I just pick up that, move it over here quick. A little bit of raw sienna to warm it up a little bit, because it's kind of cool with the blue and the purple. And I just have a little bit of a mixture of a warmer shadow there, and that's all I need to do. Just a quick shadow there. You can see, you can always use your paper towel or tissue and just do a little light. Lift up a little bit of light off the tomato on this side if you can. Like that. If you happen to miss that by accident, you know, maybe perhaps you can put a little bit of water on there. And then sometimes I do that if I forget to put a bit of light there. There we go. So you can sometimes be creative and get a bit of light on there. I hope you'll try that sometime. That's really fun. And then this over here, this is another, we'll do a green apple. And again, I'll go right in the middle of the apple and start out there. In the middle of the apple is the local color, which is the actual color of the apple, regardless of light or shadow. And then we start adding in the effects of light and shadow on that apple, and then we take the purple and go over here and make the shadowy side of the apple there. And then here we take our brush, rinse it off, dry off the water off the brush, and now we just have a damp brush. And we take the green and just, with a damp brush, bring it over like that to keep it light. And then the same thing, we'll use the same shadow color over here for that shadow, and we're going to have lots of shadow over here too, so that's going to just be something we can do right now too. Take this color here, our shadow color, and just dance it on the table like this, and that gives us our shadow from the up above. You can take this and do a little bit of more water and do a couple splashes. That might look good with the shadowing. And then we're going to do a lime over here, so that's going to be green for the lime with a little bit of cobalt blue, just to darken it up a bit. Kind of like a really beautiful dark green. And we'll do the same idea. We'll put the dark green of the lime right there in the center. We'll leave a highlight there, like that, on the lime. And then we'll take the lighter side of the lime, like that. You can always lift up again with a little bit of the tissue, paper towel. And then we'll go with a bit of a darker, more blue over here in the darker side, like this. And then we'll take that shadow color again like this, blend it right underneath. And then we have our lime. Okay, and then what's next? We'll just do a little bit of shadow or color a little bit over here, just to kind of make this the back of this table a little more interesting. So we'll put a little bit of color on the back of the table here where the wall and the table meet. And that should be something that will add some interest to the painting. And then you could always do a couple splashes and just get a little bit of maybe color on the background a little bit like this. But I wouldn't do too much, and I'd add a little bit of blue, cool color to that, a little bit of cerulean blue. That's a little bit warm there, a little bit, a couple more splashes like that. Give some texture to the wall maybe. Just scrub around a few spots, and that is it. Less is more, like that. You could make this a little darker maybe. A little bit of green, purple, just to get that a little bit darker under there, like that. And then it lightens up as it goes away from the bottom of the vase. All right, so that's a lighter version of these two. So this is kind of what you might call high key. Lots of bright white paper and more of, lighter feel to it. These are a little more medium, or, I should say middle key. Those are terms you can kind of see. Some of the art books have those. I guess when I had art books a lot, I have a kind of a large collection of art teaching books. And I remember years ago seeing that. Low key, middle key, high key. So we could consider this like a middle key maybe. This might be high key, middle key to high key. And this is definitely high key, very light, lots of bright white paper. So you can kind of key your compositions in your paintings to look more brighter, that higher key, or you can kind of tone them down, make them more lower key or middle key, kind of like that more subdued look. more darker washes. So that's up to you, and you're going to have fun trying all these three. And so let's keep moving along here. We're at 36 now, and we'll have a few more to go. And once we get to 50, we're going to be really excited. We've had 50 compositions, lots of tidbits, and all kinds of fun, interesting information as we go along here. And I'm just trying to, I guess, bring the best tips and things like that I use all the time on an ongoing basis with my paintings, and make it in a condensed version, so it's kind of something that is more, great for the, intermediate artist. That's kind of, if you have a couple of years under your belt with watercolors, or if you're just starting out, this is perfect too. Or even if you're, an old grizzled pro and you just maybe haven't been painting as much, and you're picking back up the old brushes and paints and papers and getting back into it, perfect time to just do these compositions, start working on them, and everything will just come back and click for you. All right, so let's just take a quick break. I'll get my paper set up, my next sheet of paper, and we'll do another 6 compositions right away. All right, and we're just continuing on here. We're actually, once in a while, I'll just reiterate some of the things that we're doing along this fun get-together where we're doing 50 compositions, 50 tips, techniques, methods in watercolor. We did talk about, we section off our paper into 6 sections. And then the simplest way I found was I just have my one master sheet that I create, which is just divided an 11 by 14 sheet of paper. And I just divide it into sections of 3, 1, 2, and 3 equally. And you can take any size paper and just do the same thing. Just divide it into 3. So you just take your measurement across here, divide that number into 3, whether it's centimeters or inches. You divide it by 3, and you just go 3 times that across, and that gives you your sections vertically. And then for horizontally, we go 2 sections, 1 and 2. So we just take the paper here, this dimension, you divide that by 2. So if it's 4 inches, you divide it by 2 inches, or if it's 8 inches, you divide it into 4 inches and 4 inches. So you just want equal spaces vertically, and then 3 equal spaces horizontally, going this way. So very simple. And then once I make this copy with the Sharpie marker, which we use for our markings, this way we have a really good strong line so that we can work within these rectangles. Then once I do that, and I have that with my, use a simple ruler. So I just take a ruler. Once I have my hash marks on the paper, I use my ruler and I draw my lines. Then we can use this and just, on the camera you can't see it. The lights are kind of bright here in my studio when I'm recording, so the lights are so bright that it actually hits the paper and bounces back, and you can't see underneath my paper when I go like this. But actually when I do this, I can clearly hear, sitting in my studio while I'm making this video, I can clearly see the lines underneath this watercolor paper. And then all I do is I just make my markings like this, my hash marks right where those lines are. And I just go right up to both sides of the paper like this. I make sure my paper's always, I'm holding my paper tight so that we don't get that awkward like this. Paper's always like this. I hold it tight in one hand, and then I can just make sure it's even. And then I go over here and I can see clearly that the Sharpie marker underneath is right there, and I make my hash mark there. And then over here, and I do the same thing on the bottom. I can see clearly where the Sharpie marker is underneath this other paper. Again, you can't see it on the video camera, but it is there. I can see it clearly. And you can see I have my hash marks. And then once I have that, that's pretty much simple from there. We just take our ruler and just connect the hash marks on vertically and horizontally. So I'll just do my verticals first. Cross like this. One more this way. I make sure I'm lined up on both of my hash marks, up and down. And this is simple like that. Then we go across here. I make sure I'm lined up on my hash marks over here, one on this side. And I take my ruler on the other side, make sure it's lined up over here on this side. And then just take the Sharpie mark and I go right across like that. And there we have it. And that's just the same process I used over and over as we were going through this this series here, this video series that we're doing. And you can do the same thing at your home, your studio. I think it'll work out great for you. And again, you can use different size paper You don't have to use the 11 by 14, which I use, which is the Studio Watercolor, Fabriano Studio Watercolor. It's actually down below. All my art supplies, again, are down below in the comment section. So this way you don't have to worry about kind of asking you don't have to worry about typing in questions. You can ask as many questions as you want in the comment section. Feel free to do that anytime you want. I'll always try to get to your questions and answer them if I can, if I'm able to, as far as if I have the knowledge to answer your questions. Sometimes I don't always have that, but I try my best. And then what I do is, but it saves you the time of having to maybe ask a lot of questions about materials. I always have my materials and my art supplies right down there in the comment section below, so you can just peruse through that. You can go on Amazon if you want to purchase any of those things. The links are right there for the Amazon link, so you just click on the link. It takes you right to Amazon. You can see what the price is. You want to shop around. You do whatever you do. And that's that. But just want to make sure I'm making things simple for you so you don't have to recreate the wheel, so to speak. All right, so now we have this all set up, and that's the same process again. And again, you don't have to use this same 11 by 14 paper. You can use a smaller sheet of paper and make smaller sections. Maybe you can make 4 sections on your paper if you want. Or maybe you can make a larger sheet of paper and make it like, 5 across and 3 vertically, 3 sections. You can make your squares any size you want, and you can use any size sheet of paper you want. You can be creative. You're the artist. You can come up with creative ideas, and that's fine. And then now we just tape this down. So I'll just take some simple artist tape, and I usually try to tape off all 4 corners. And I just trim my tape with some scissors here, just to make sure I kind of do it neatly. And I just line up. I have some hash marks on my studio table here, so I can kind of know where I have to put my paper at. And you could even go an extra step and put like smaller tape around the borders of each of these squares if you wanted to have a nice, really crisp border around that. That would really look great if you're doing that. I don't do that because it takes not a lot of time, but it does take a little bit of extra time. And since we're doing this video, and it is a longer video than normal, it would take, an extra, maybe at the end of the video, would add up to an extra hour, maybe, if I had to tape off all of these sections here within each of these. But you could do that as you're working. You could tape off, you could use some thinner tape like this and tape off squares within these squares. And then when you're all done with the painting, you lift up all those tapes around each individual rectangle that we have here, and that really looks incredible. That'll really give you almost like picture frames. So it'll look like you have picture frames all the way on top of each of your paintings, your compositions. So that's a fun thing you can do. It'll make it more neat, and at that point, if they come out good, you can just frame them. You could frame one of these. You could frame them just like they are now, the way we're doing them now, but it would look nice if you had the tape before you paint and do the compositions. If you have, we'll do one and we'll check it out, see how it looks. So we'll just quickly, I'll do the first one up here. So I'll just put tape around the okay, and it shrinks down the size of the paper too, which you can get thinner tape than this too. You can buy tape that's 1/4 the size of this tape. I think they make 1/4 inch tape, 3/8 inch tape. They make all different widths of tape, so you can get tape that's a lot. See, this is kind of like probably 1 inch or 3/4. Let's see what this is here. I lost track of that. This is, yeah, this is almost 1 inch tape. This here. You can get it in 1/2 inch tape. 1/2 inch would probably work good. 1/2 inch wide tape, like that. So we'll try one like this, and you'll see the effect that it has. And what we'll do is we'll talk about this next composition. Let's talk about, maybe upping the dynamics in a painting. Maybe making a painting, just an idea of making a painting a little more dynamic. Maybe a little more, you're bringing some more excitement into your paintings. If you want to make a dramatic stormy day somewhere out in the mountains, something like that. We'll just take that idea of some stormy clouds and a little mountainside, maybe a little bit of a lake or a river, and just we'll go with the idea of making it a little more dramatic than maybe usual. A lot of times people will always, have fun and we'll make those beautiful blue skies and things, but sometimes we can create maybe like a stormy atmosphere. Let's try it. So what I'll do is I'll take some black here, ivory black and Payne's gray, like this. Ivory black and Payne's gray. Okay, so we're going to have that really nice dramatic dark. Maybe add a little raw umber in there. Okay, and that can be our sky. And then we're going to have some green over here. Let's use some sap green and some cerulean blue maybe over here. Like this. Maybe a little bit of raw sienna. Like that. Okay, I think this gives us a good start. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll do this in a glazing technique fashion where I'm going to go across the painting with the lighter wash first. And what I'll do is I'll just make some indications of some mountains and trees here. And then down here we'll make a lake. There's a lake here, right there. So we'll have the lake coming across this way. And then we'll have some storm clouds up here. Like this, we'll just make some indications of some storm clouds. And then maybe we're going to have some mountains back here. So we're going to start those mountains up this way here. Like that. So I've gotten down some simple pencil lines and then I'll go over it darker. So the main idea here I wanted to mention is please sketch your first pencil lines that you're going to create when you're doing your compositions. Try to do them very light so you have a little bit of room to make a few adjustments without having really dark pencil lines on your paper. So I did really light pencil lines. Now I say I like the way that looks. I'm going to stick with that. Then I can go in with a darker pencil line like this and show you what the actual... So here's going to be this is going to be the lake. Like that there. And then up here we're going to have the mountains. MTN, mountain. And then up here is the clouds. The tape comes in handy too to make notes if you want to. And then we have more clouds up here, clouds. Then over here we're going to have mountains and trees. Okay. And I think that's good. Maybe we'll make a boat over here. So we'll put a boat down here. And a fisherman. Boat and fisherman. So maybe we'll make a boat and a fisherman over here. Like this. Okay, see the fishing boat there. All right, so that's our basic concept of it. Let's go in and start doing our first wash. And like we said, we're going to do some stormy clouds. And we'll make them darker up over here like that. And what I like to do is if you're using tape or at the borders of your painting, it's best to probably, your compositions, probably best to most often make most of your darker darks washes to border your painting like this. And then you can maybe leave a couple white clouds going off the border of your painting. So it's not like you have to make everything dark around the borders of your edges of your painting, but it does look good if you can get most of them like that. I think that is a good, solid way to go about it. So again, I'm doing the light wash first. Again, if you want to lighten up a wash, here you can just take your brush, rinse off your brush, dry off a little bit of water, and then put a little bit of light wash on there. And then just use a damp brush with clean damp brush with a little water in there, and you can lighten up that bit of wash there like this. And even do a little bit of tapping to just have some of this come down and blend in a little bit, so you're having some nice stormy looking clouds. And again, you can add some more dark if you want. Go straight into your paint like this, straight into the paint. And then maybe a little bit of rinse the brush, and then I pick up a little bit of raw umber just to make a little bit of a warmth to that dark, so I can add a little bit of that. I'm blending that in. I'm leaving some, and then maybe some beautiful cerulean blue for the sky over here. Maybe there's some sky showing through, and some cobalt blue even too. Like that. So now we're going to add some real exciting dynamics. Look how good that looks. Now we're adding in some cobalt blue and cerulean blue. So we're seeing some beautiful sky color through those dark storm clouds. Gives it that real fun, exciting, dynamic feel. As if there's clouds, stormy clouds coming through. There's some sun shining through and some blue sky. And then from this point, we could take that same bit of wash and color and just kind of blend it on down the rest of the painting. Some of that blue and green, and just cover the rest of the paper. Like that. And that's going to be our first glazing, our first wash when we're using the glazing technique. Just an idea of it, a thumbnail, a composition of what we're doing here, and you can always add in some of that colors that we used up here, Pines Gray, Ivory Black, Raw Umber. And you just put a little bit of that color into the first wash quickly before we let this dry. Okay, and that is that. Okay, so we'll come back, we'll let this dry for maybe 10-15 minutes, where it's dry enough that we can start working again, putting on more washes. You can use a blow dryer if you want to speed the process up, so you can just keep working, and you don't have to really necessarily take a break. You can blend in some areas too, if you think it looks too and then you can do some blotting too with a tissue. Okay, just to get a little more of that. And these are going to be a lot of darks over here too, where the trees are, so that's going to look really good. We're going to have lots more dark here for the trees. And even in the water here, there's going to be a lot of reflections of the trees down in the water. But I think we'll stick with these colors now. This will be our palette of colors right now that we're going to use for the whole entire painting. We're not going to add anything else, I don't believe. I think we can just use this as our palette of colors. And again, it was Ivory Black and Payne's Gray for that dark, stormy cloud. Passages up here, and then we used with a little raw umber in there, and then we used some cerulean blue and cobalt blue up here for some of the sky, and we mixed that in a little bit too with some of the mountain areas over here. And then I think we used a little more raw sienna over here, lighter bit of gold, and sap green too. We used a little bit of sap green in our mixes, and we'll just keep using these same colors. We'll repeat them when we do our darker second glazing over this. All right, so I'm going to let this dry. Probably we'll get the blow dryer out and use that to quicken the process, and we'll be right back. All right, so we just worked in our first washes for this dramatic, dynamic scene of mountains, lake, fishermen here with a boat, some storm clouds, some blue sky, lots of fun subject matter here. So what we'll do is the next wash, we'll start working in our trees and lake colors, and that's going to be the same thing. We're going to just take the sky colors again, Ivory Black, Payne's Gray. We're going to Also rinse off our brush. We don't want to mix in too much of the black colors into our other paints. So whenever we use black, usually as watercolor artists, we'll just remember if you're going to mix out some black on, if we mix out some black on our palette like this, we just rinse off the brush and then we can just go back in and get some other colors here while we mix together these colors. But usually we try to not mix too much of the black colors into the other colors, because it's very dark, so it'll wind up making some of these other colors too dark. We don't want to do that. And I think this is good. So we have that. Next we will take some green, sap green. Sap green. Rinse off the brush, dry off some water, more raw umber. Maybe a little more cobalt blue in that too. So cobalt blue I'm going to introduce into that color. And now we'll start getting in some darks over here. This will be the dark woods here. And that same dark trees and woods area is going to go right across here. And then it kind of, there's some trees and things over here. We're going to go and move up this way like this. And then what we do is once we get those really nice darks in there, like that, which is all the trees and the woods here, then we're going to grab our smaller brush, number 5 travel brush. That was the number 8 we were using, so we were using basically the number 8 and the number 5 travel brushes by Da Vinci. And we'll just make some more kind of pine tree shapes over here. Pick up some more darks here. And just we'll have some tree shapes like this, just so you have that feeling of maybe there'll be a larger tree here that's kind of leaning a little bit over here, and we'll make that like so. This, and we'll mix up the colors like that. So I just wanted to get maybe one tree that's kind of leaning there on the mountain, adds a little bit of drama to the picture. And then some of these are more smaller, newer trees, so they're not leaning too much. They're kind of, and we'll have a few more trees at the base there, and then these trees here will reflect out into the water like that. And we'll just make some fun-looking reflections in the water. It doesn't have to be perfect. And then we pick up more darks over here, because now all of this reflection here is just covering the whole bottom of the page, like that. And the same as over here. This is all... You can leave a little shoreline there with some white paper, so that we kind of keep the shoreline. Like that. Look how good that's coming together now. And that's really the simplicity of this. We have a little more to do. I think what we'll do next is make a little bit of some trees over here, lightly though. Like this. Some lighter trees over here. Then maybe another bit of darker. So we're building up layers of three-dimensional quality to this. And the same thing here, we're going to bring these reflections down into the water. And we always just remember, just a rule of thumb with watercolor and with any kind of oil painting, acrylic painting, drawing in general. If you're doing reflections, let's say in water, and you have your water line here, we'll just kind of remember that usually it's always the same dimension from the water up. From the shoreline up is going to be that same dimension of your reflections down in the water. So if this is like 1/2 inch up, then we just kind of say generally it's going to be about 1/2 inch down for that same reflection in the water. However, we talked about it in previous compositions in this series that sometimes you'll stretch your truth in your paintings occasionally, like we are here. We're making this a little bit, our shadow length, or I should say our reflection length, we made not as far down as we would probably, because we want to show the water a little more here. So can you see how I didn't make the shadows the actual correct or perfect way that we would say, let's measure this exactly the same. If I did that, then we wouldn't see any of the sky in the water. So all I'm doing is just stretching the truth a little bit with my painting and composition, saying, okay, I understand that usually the reflection is always the same height above the shore as it is down in the water, but I'm shortening that reflection in this water up a little bit so that we can see some of that water and the sky color like that there. That's just a quick idea of it. And so I think this is really looking good. We can take a little bit of raw umber, so we're not going to change any colors at all. We're using those same colors we started with, and I'll just make a little bit of the boat is going to be that raw umber kind of color. And then our fisherman will go with some of the dark, ivory black maybe, for his shirt. Like that. And then maybe we'll take some white paint when this dries over here. We'll take some white paint and make the fishing pole, so we can make the fishing pole kind of more stand out. And this will be a little bit of blue and green, these mountains. So we'll just make that blue and green mountain there, the mountaintops here, blending down into the other trees in the foreground, so we have nice three-dimensional quality. You can darken up this here a little bit, like that. A couple of lines across like this to make it look like water. And it's kind of a subtle but really dynamic, really good look to this. I think that's fine. This really, the only thing I think we said we were going to do is just take a little bit of that titanium white, which has a little bit of yellow ochre in the top. So I usually just take a tiny bit of yellow ochre or raw sienna and put that in the top of the paint like this, the paint tube. And I use this titanium white just for highlights. So I usually have one of these tubes always on my art table or in my art bags when I'm traveling. And that's all we do. Have a little bit of yellow ochre in that white, and then we can just take that and make our fishing pole here. And if it's too much, it looks like it's obviously too big there. The fishing pole wouldn't be that big in real life. We can start over again. We can just take the green over here in black and go over that area. And we'll come back with a smaller brush. So sometimes you need to get even a finer brush, and that's what we'll have to do. But we're going to let this dry a little bit. So we'll let this dry for about 5 minutes, and then we'll put in that the rest of that fishing pole, and maybe we might find a couple other spots where we can put a couple highlights. But I think this is really going to be our finished look here. All right, so we're just going to, the paper is dried now again, so we're just going to put that bit of, I'll use my needlepoint brush here, and just a tiny bit of paint on there at the end of the needlepoint brush. So I just use this like this. I try to, very little paint. If I see any little bit of like this. And again, if it's too much, I blot it. Maybe take a little bit of the paint off the brush like this on a paper towel or tissue. It's just the subtlest amount. A little bit too much, I'd take more paint off like that until I have it. And that's good. And then I might say, well, that doesn't look it's a little bit too we'll start again. So that's how we do it. Go over again with dark, wash, blow dry it, and then do it one more time. And that's just adjusting, counter adjusting. So we just have to dry this with the blow dryer again and try it one more time. So the third time's a charm. All right, another way we can do this to help us in this quest to get a good highlight for our fishing pole. We take a scrap paper like this with the same colors. So we take the colors of the trees in the background here, paint it onto a separate piece of scrap paper. Same thing, watercolor paper, same type of watercolor paper. We put this here. Then what we do is we take our again our titanium white with a little bit of yellow ochre in the top. We get our needlepoint brush there. We start out, and then what we do is we just start out here and start to make some lines, and then as we see if we're getting closer, and then maybe we say, you know what, maybe this is even too big of a brush here for what we need. Probably not though. I think this is a good size brush for what we need. Let's try to get one more time. So I'm just trying to get that right, perfect spot, and I think that's it right there. So now it's where there's just the right amount of paint on the brush, the tip of the brush, because I can tell right here because I'm doing it here on this scrap. Then I move that to the side, and then now I just do that once like this, and that's it, perfect. So that's a good way to kind of, it's almost like we're taking off a little bit of paint off the brush as we're working over here, and then when we see it's getting right to that perfect spot where there's just enough paint on there, then we come over to the painting and we get that nice bit of paint on there, just the perfect amount. And like we said, we were going to see how good that looks when we have a border around that. So now you can see the possibilities of having all of your compositions with some tape around the edge. Not that it has to be this wide. You can use smaller tape, thinner tape, but you really can kind of neaten these compositions up as you're working on them, because these are something you might want to keep and save. You might want to even put it in a frame if they come out really good. You can put these in a frame, or you can just set them up by your studio table, or wherever you're working, on your coffee table or your stack tray or your kitchen table, however you like to work, wherever you're painting in your lap on sketchbooks and whatever it is you're using. Having this type of setup can really be nice, where you have the tape. This way you have these, you can just keep these near you when you're painting, and you might refer back to them and say, oh, I'm going to do a lake with some mountains and storm clouds, and then you come back and you grab these and say, okay, I did one here, and then you'll right away snap back to when we were working on them and say, oh yeah, I remember we did this here on the video, and on the 50 tips and methods in watercolor with Chris Petri, and we did this, we used these colors, I remember we used these colors. You could even turn these over and put the colors on the back of this, or even write out the colors with pencil right on the front of your compositions if you want. If you want to use these strictly for reference, you can just write the colors in pencil right across the paper here. So we can do that. So we could just maybe at the bottom we could say we used Payne's Gray, Ivory Black, and then we used raw umber. We also used cerulean blue. And we use cobalt blue. And some raw sienna. And I think we also used sap green. And we also used titanium white. And those were the colors we used for this composition. So you can write notes on your compositions like this, just so you can, if you go back to reference these, you have that little bit of information of what are the colors that are in this composition. And then we're going to move on to our next composition here. Let's do a few more with the tape. So I'll do this off camera so you don't have to sit here watching me tape everything. And then when we come back, we'll start on our second composition, and we'll kind of keep with the same theme of doing a real dynamic style, maybe painting with good darks and lights. We have good darks and lights in here with the white clouds and the dark stormy clouds and the dark trees and the beautiful lake. We'll try another one similar to this. All right, we're moving on down the line here. 37. We'll mark this one next. I guess we taped this one off too. So we're gonna, as we move to this next composition here, we're gonna just, we'll put the numbers as we go, but we're gonna use the tape now. So we're taping around it just so we have that border. We'll see how that looks. You can do that for all your compositions as you're working these, and a lot of fun to do it that way too. So maybe we'll just do some quick ideas of more of a dynamic, like we said on here, lots of darks and lights. Let's try this one out. Let's go with, maybe we'll make a lake, and we'll maybe make the lake about a little bit higher than halfway across, and we can use our ruler here, line up our T-square. So if we have our T-square ruler like this, we can line up that T-square right on the pencil line there where the tape is, like that, and line that up just on the pencil line or the marker line underneath this Sharpie marker line. We can use that for to keep our straight edge with our T-square, and we go right across like that, and that's our water line. So we're gonna have a lake, and let's just have some fun. Let's do maybe some trees up here, and we'll just have some fun. Here, some smaller trees there, like this, and that's going to be some tree line coming down along this side of this mountain, coming down toward the lake, and then across the lake, let's maybe we'll make another line across. We'll make this further in the distance, distant. So we're going to build into this composition a little bit of layering. That'll help give it some three-dimensional quality. So we'll put another line across here like that. That'll be the distant lake horizon line. So we have the distant lake horizon line there. And then we can soften up this one with our eraser, this first line, but we still want to maybe use these lines for reference, but yeah, we'll have that there. And then over here, we're just going to make a distant mountain like that. I hope you can see this. I'm doing it lighter. Now, let me go in and make these pencil lines darker so you can see them clearly. This is going to be the distant mountain range over here. And again, these are we're just putting in some shapes for like trees on this mountain coming down, meeting the lake. We'll make these tree shapes a little better, a little more detailed later when we come in with our brush. So we're just blocking in some ideas with our pencil first. Maybe we'll have some shadow or some reflections here of the trees coming into the water like this. We'll have some fun reflections there. And then over here, we're going to have some of that mountain reflecting into the water like this. So we'll just make some light lines, knowing that our reflections are equal in distance from the shoreline up and the shoreline going down into the water. And then from there, we have some freedom to put in some other washes and things as we go. But that's the basic of it. Now, we will we'll get our number 8 travel brush. We're going to start out with some colors for, before I do that, let me just use some water with a paper towel, and I'll just start out with a fresh, clean, I'll tidy up my palette here like that. Again, doesn't have to be perfect, just enough to, I usually go first with a little bit of a water saturated paper towel, and then I just come back with just the dry paper towel. Quickly though, I don't take too long. Let's have fun and paint. Okay, now we'll make some, let's make this a fall scene. Maybe we'll have fall colors, oranges, golds, yellows, cadmium yellow, cadmium orange, cadmium red. So we have some beautiful fall colors there. Alizarin crimson. Then we'll go in with some raw umber. And then we'll over here, a little bit of the cool colors to mix in with that, which is our cerulean blue. I think we have that, and some cobalt blue. And that gives us a good, beautiful range of colors there for our fall colors. And then what we'll do is we'll just come in and pick up some of these colors, and we're just going to get those into the distant mountain here. You can go in and get straight colors. A little bit of reds in there. And I always have a little bit of a paper towel or tissue just to dry off the brush a little bit. A little bit of the blue. Wouldn't want to make that all incredibly straight paint like that. Straight cadmium lemon yellow. And you can see we have good fall colors coming right across here. And then the fun part is we're just going to take that and mirror it right down into the water. But I'll do that a little differently by taking the brush strokes and just going like this. Make them sort of like that. And then I'll move my brush like this with some blue. Cross like this, and then I'll take my cerulean blue and just get a little more water like this, and I think I'm just going to go across like this. It's nice and simple, good simple wash like that. And then just some feeling of water like that. Then next we're just going to continue on with maybe sap green. We'll mix some sap green down here. So I'll put some of that sap green in the water and a little bit in the mountains here. And again, just raw umber. And then maybe I'll add in a little bit of cobalt blue. A little bit of burnt umber, just to darken it up. And we'll just have our trees over here. And then we're just going to do that too. We're going to put these right down into the water as we're going. And we can almost do this. And again, we're going to get these in, like you can see I'm doing this kind of quickly. We will go in later and do some more fine details for the tree tops. But that's about what we want to do here. We'll get this done while the paper's still wet, where the water is. Then maybe we get a little bit of water on there and just blur that a little bit like that. Cobalt blue. And I'm just doing this quickly like that. A couple brush strokes for your sky. Then we pick up a little bit of that orangey color and we just meet that blue with a little bit of that orange. And that's that. That's the sky wash right there. And then I will blend in those areas here. And sometimes I'll scratch out a little bit of shoreline with a with my fingernail, or I use a chopstick or something that I have in the studio. And we just do a little bit of blotting to just kind of blend those colors there along the distant trees. And we will, again, we're going to do some touch-ups to this, but we're going to let this dry for now. So let's let this dry for a few minutes or so, maybe 10 minutes. You can use, again, a blow dryer to, speed up the process, and then we'll just do a few more details to the trees, I think would be good, and maybe a little bit of shoreline detail, and we'll be all set. Okay, so we're just going to make a few more touch-ups here to these trees. We're going to go with the same colors over here. Maybe we'll add in a little bit of Payne's Gray and Ivory Black to this. Maybe a little bit of raw umber. Let's see if we can get a little bit of some darker. So I'll use my brush. I'll hold my brush like this maybe, just to see if I can get some interesting do some upstrokes here, get this darker down here. So you can always, a little bit of water. I'd do a bit of a pine tree type look, like that, where the branches are kind of level, like this. And at the top they're angled upwards. I wouldn't paint it all solid. I'd leave some of the background showing through. And the same thing up here. A few more pine trees. And they look good, the dark against the lighter background. And a touch more of water from the water bucket, just a little bit though, not too much. And then we just do some more of those pine tree shapes there. Maybe that one's back a little bit further, like that. And a touch more water here. Some bushes and things in the front here. flip up with the brush here, a couple of these, like that. And again, a little bit of reflections down in the water for our darker passages through here. But here, just lightly scribbling. Basically, you're scribbling with your paint on the paper. That's the long and short of it. Not to, I'm trying to make, I try to think of things simply. Like, I want to get some reflections in the water here of these darker trees. But when I first did it earlier, you saw that the water was so wet on the paper that it's a little more difficult to do it that way. So now we just take advantage of, now the paper's all dry. We took the blow dryer, we dried the paper 100% complete. Now we have the dry paper, and then all we do is take thick paint with a tiny bit of water, and then we just kind of like scribble in the reflections like this. They're kind of hit and miss, nothing too... Here we could add a little bit of water, a little bit of extra water there. Could always go and blot it up a little bit, just to give it a mysterious look toward the bottom of the painting, like that. And this here too is, this tree's quite tall, so if we kind of scribble that one down in there too, a little bit like this. Just like that. And that looks pretty good. We could even do some water. As we get closer here, we could take some more of this color and just make some choppiness to the water, which is just back and forth like this. So in the foreground, you'd see this, close up in the painting. If you were standing here looking at this view, this beautiful view of some mountains and a lake in the fall colors, and you're looking at that scene. If you're up close, you're going to see the choppiness of the water like this, but then as you go into the distance, you wouldn't see that so much, because that's more of the finer details you see up close, but they kind of just fade away as they go toward the shoreline in the distance. And then we can just add a little detail to the shoreline there. And we could even take our titanium white for a little bit of detail. So I'd have a little bit of this orangey red, put that into the paint, in the top of the paint, just so our paint, titanium white, has a little bit of that warm color, warmth to it. And then I just take that paint, see if we can get a little bit of highlights here. In the distance here on that shoreline, it would be nice to have that a little more. That looks better. And have it showing through the other side like that. And then a little bit here too. Maybe a couple of highlights here with the white paint. I wouldn't do it a lot, just a few is, with the highlights, that's all we need, is just a few like that. A little bit of sparkling on the water. And then we could even take our fan brush. I think the fan brush would work good too. Or even just a regular... Just even a flat brush with a little bit of water. Dampen a flat brush up with a little bit of water. So now this is damp, and then I dry off a little bit of this with the paper towel or tissue. And then you can just take this and kind of just take a damp brush, and it gives it the effect. I might have to add a little more water, but it gives the effect of like the water just a few effects to try out when you're doing water. Water seems to be really fun to work with, making lakes, oceans, rivers, waterfalls, things like that. So isn't that a lot of fun? And so here we try to see if we can enjoy it and have a little bit of techniques and methods to enhance it just a little more. All right, so I'm not going to bore you again with, let's peel off the tape anyway. And there you can see how we have a really nice crisp border around that. It looks like a mat maybe, or a frame on there. And we're going to move on to the next painting. We'll just take a 5-minute break. It's good to take breaks when you're working. I hope you will. Not everyone needs to take a break that frequently. I usually tend to work about 20 minutes to a half an hour, or maybe even 15, 20 minutes, and then I take a break usually for 5 or 10 minutes, and then I come back. That's my work flow process usually when I'm working. But there's times when I might work an hour straight. It depends, but you're the same way. You're the artist. You'll figure out when you're going to need breaks to kind of, recharge your concentration and get, stretch a little bit or whatever you have to do. So we'll come back and we'll start with our next composition. And this is 38, 39, and we'll keep working along here. So we'll be right back with this number 39 of this 50 compositions total. Be right back. All right, let's try to do something here a little bit different. Let's take a different approach now. Let's pretend we're just going to do a quick wet into wet glazing technique style painting, where we just want to keep it real loose, real fun, maybe like a warm-up exercise style painting when we're working. Maybe we want to warm up 5 or 10 minutes before we go in to do a painting. So maybe we'll make this more of like a wintry scene. Maybe we'll have a little bit of snow in the foreground here. So I'll just put a little bit of a horizon line here, just a little bit of a edge here to the background, maybe where the back of the field here meets the trees, and then maybe we'll have some trees over here. So I'm just going to put some tree shapes over here, and I hope you'll have fun as I just make some tree shapes like this, kind of something simple like that, and then maybe fade that out over here to the right, maybe another something like this, another tree like so, and then over here maybe we'll have a couple twig-like branches sticking up from the snow. Like that. Let's call that perfect. Perfect. The sketch is good. I'm going to get some fresh, clean water. So I empty out my water bucket. I might have to run across the studio now and grab some water. Okay, some fresh crystal clear water. So my water container, again, I'm trying to keep that really good, clean, crystal clear water. Now for the painting, I think I'll just use the number 8 travel brush, Da Vinci travel brush. Great brushes, you just really spin them apart like so. And then you can stow these away in a purse, pocketbook, shirt pocket, duffel bag, whatever it is, if you're painting like on the go, whether you're on weekend getaways, vacation, just doing a little traveling around local areas and you're doing a little painting on the spot out in plain air, and you have your brush. And then it's really that simple. You have a great brush that can be opened up and then put and stowed away quickly. Very convenient. So what I'll do is now, since we're going to do the wet on wet, I think I'll just, to start with, I'm going to use my 30 Da Vinci 30 millimeter flat brush. I'll just take some crystal clear water and let's cover the whole paper with that water. Crystal clear water over the entire paper like this. and just get a good amount of water on there and let it just sit. And that's the fun part. We just let that sit for a few minutes. And again, this is the Fabriano Studio watercolor paper, 11 by 14 pad. All my art supplies, again, are down below in the comment section. Links to my art supplies. They're all on Amazon. Amazon pretty much has 95% of all the art supplies that I use. They have Amazon sells them there. Good prices. They show up, within a few days, most often. So that's just a great, convenient way to purchase art supplies. I have a local Blix art store I go to often. They also have a lot of art supplies. So I'm just letting this sit for a few minutes, and I think that looks pretty good. Now I'm going to use these same colors that we used here. And I'll mix in French ultramarine blue with those oranges and reds. A little bit of burnt sienna, burnt umber, maybe a little bit of green. Just for an interesting color. Again, we're just doing a fun exercise here. And I'm going to see if I can start to get in my background trees here. And that looks pretty good. You can darken it up, certainly, with some Payne's Gray and Ivory Black. Like that. Once you get some wash on there, you can start to have some fun with this. And this is kind of like your pine tree kind of look. Okay. And we're just exploiting and maximizing the virtues of watercolor, which is having beautiful washes of color on saturated paper. And this can be a whole... I don't necessarily work this way a whole lot. Once in a while I do a painting or two like this, to just have fun. And I've done paintings like this in the past, but I would say that I enjoy painting more like, let's say, the traditional way. But this is actually traditional watercolor as well. This is like, you can't get these type of diffused washes and colors with any other medium. It won't work with acrylic, and it won't work with oil painting. So again, a lot of real pure watercolor artists that are like professionals, they'll tell you that, this is really the best way to paint watercolors. And I think I like to paint all ways, but I do admit that this does have its own unique look, and you can't really get this look with any other medium. So a couple of splashes. Maybe I take a touch of cobalt blue or cerulean blue. Make a little bit of a blue up here. And I just try to make it not look too obvious that I painted the sky after I painted the trees. This is snow down here. So we're going to leave that white. And this is all you have to do. Once this dries, so now we'll wait for this to dry. And come back and we'll just use maybe a finer brush to do some of these twigs and limbs coming out of the snow. And maybe we'll put a couple shadows here and there. So we'll just let this dry, and then we'll come right back. All right, so we're going to have a smaller fine line brush. We'll use our needlepoint brush to get some of these fine lines here of these twigs and small trees here. So I think we'll just go right in here and reactivate our colors here. And I'm basically just tracing over those lines. And I just keep going back to get some more paint once I feel that the paint sort of and that's pretty good. I think and we could do a little bit of shadowing with some purple mixed in with the our main colors, which was sort of like the earthy colors, the raw umber, burnt umber, French ultramarine blue, sap green, ivory black, pines gray. And then we can do, we can check off a little bit of the color for the shadow color off the brush a little bit, just so we can start out and see how that looks. And that looks good. So now we're putting some shadows on the snow. And those shadows are just like this, very loose and free. Just like that. And that should be good. All right, we will continue. Let's work on a few more similar to this with the glazing technique, wet on wet. We'll peel off our tape here just so you can see how it really frames out the composition really nicely. Okay, so I'm not going to bore everyone again. We're going to do some tape here on this next composition, and we'll get started. Okay, so now we're going to sort of do what I would call like a minimalist type painting, where we put just a little bit of information in the painting, and we leave like a feeling of vastness in the painting. So this composition, we're going to pretend we're looking across a field. So we're looking across a snowy field, and we're seeing like a farmhouse in the distance with some trees and a tree line. So this can be very effective with watercolor painting. So we'll make the we'll make the horizon line for the distant farmhouse pretty much high in the picture. So let's make it about 3/4 or about 3/4 of the way up, like this. I'll go a little darker so we can see it. And that's going to be the farm house here. So we can make our farmhouse like so. Like this. Like that. And then we'll put some trees around the farmhouse here. And then some very minimal trees and bushes along here, like that. And this is going to be a snowy field. And then we're going to have the farmhouse here. Very small. We have the windows. We have a barn over here. So I'm just kind of getting in some basic shapes of some windows and doors on those shapes, just like that. And that should be plenty. And we're going to use our smaller I think this brush might be, this is a Princeton Aqua Elite brush, a number 3. And this is really a fun brush to use. It's got a very fine point, and it's synthetic. And that's really good because it actually holds a little bit less water. So it means that we can use this for fine watercolor painting, and we're not going to have too much water flowing on the hairs of the brush. So I always, in any case, I always have a tissue to dry off a little bit of water off my brush. And we can just use these same colors that we've been using. We're kind of doing this as an exercise. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to empty my bucket, my water container, fresh, clean water. And I think we'll do this the same as we did this. We're going to make it a really nice glazing technique painting. We'll get our large flat brush here, a number 30 Da Vinci. So this is a synthetic brush as well, synthetic Da Vinci brush, 30 millimeters. And we'll just cover the whole paper with some fresh, clean, crystal clear water to prep the paper. Doesn't have to be a ton of water, just wet the paper one time over and let that water kind of soak in and dampen the paper. We wouldn't want lots of water flooding off of our works location where we're, our table that you're working on, or if you have an easel, or if you're working in a sketchbook. Just fresh, clean, crystal clear water across the paper to dampen the paper. And then what we'll do is we are going to use these same colors. What I might do is limit it to two sections of my palette for the kind of that brownish gray color. And then we'll get some other colors maybe going in this one. So we'll utilize some of these grayish colors here. And as you see, we're taking our a little bit of a step back and saying, let's let the water do its magic. Let's let the water soak into the paper. And you'll see that if you let it soak in for about maybe 5 minutes, maybe 3 to 5 minutes, then the paper will probably be about perfect to start putting some washes on. So we're going to wait just a few seconds. And while we wait on that, I'll take some cobalt blue and we'll get some paint ready. Cobalt blue, maybe a little bit of viridian green for the sky colors, then some raw sienna over here, some raw sienna. So now I'm anticipating to put some of this blue in the sky wash, like this, and I'll just start doing that right across like that. Just a light touch of some blue, like this. I'd leave some white paper in there for clouds. Some gold, which is that raw sienna, toward the horizon line here. Let that mix in. Okay, looks good. And I think we are in great shape to start putting on some other washes. Maybe I'll shift up to the number 8 again, the number 8 travel brush we've been using. And then some yellow ochre mixed in with some of that cerulean blue. And let's just see if we can get some. This might be a snowy field. And then there's some grass too. And things like that. But it's kind of got that snow, wintry feel. coolness of it. Maybe a touch of purple. We'll make a little bit of purple wash so we can kind of integrate that a little bit into the washes, just a little bit. Okay, that kind of looks good. Gives us a feeling of movement of the picture like this. So we're kind of moving into the picture like this, following the lines. Some snow on the ground. These fields here, we have some snow. Maybe we have some more exciting golden colors toward where our farmhouse is. Maybe a little bit of green. A little bit of texture in the foreground here. And then we're just letting this kind of dry as we're working. But this is a good point now where we have the first wash, that first light wash completed. Let's let that dry 100% now. So that's the perfect time just to take a quick 5-minute break or so. Again, you can always use the blow dryer to quicken the process. Probably looks a little better if you let it dry naturally so that the paint soaks into the paper a little more. But let's see how this goes. We're going to let this dry again 5-10 minutes. And then we'll see, we'll do a few more additional details to this, and then that should be fine. We'll have a nice kind of farm scene using a lot of open space, that really vast feeling of space going across the picture, a long field going toward the distant farmhouse, and we'll maybe put a small tree or a couple of twigs and branches over here in the foreground just to give us that feeling of space and dimension, and steps back into the painting. All right, we'll just get back rolling again in about two minutes. All right, so we're going to have our detail brush here. We'll get some of these darks. So we'll pick up some of these darker washes and tones, tonal values. Mix in a little bit of blue with those darker washes. Let's see how let's get the roofs on this here. Fine, looks good. And then while we're doing our roofs, we're going to just blend those trees that are around the house right in with those, with the roof. And as well as those trees on the side. And I'm just doing some small bits of detail here right across the horizon line. The other roof here adjacent to the other section of the house. And then I'll put those windows in very carefully, but you know, not taking too much time, you know, just we have the door here. Another few windows. Then we have a barn over here, two barn door, and then maybe a loft opening for the loft up top. And we have some more trees here. Maybe this one's a little more kind of like a bookend over here. That looks fine. Rinse off our brush. Maybe we'll use this brush to do a little bit of some twigs or branches, maybe a small, so we could do a small tree here. Let's just do a small tree like this and just some branches going up. Some twigs go, most of the twigs and branches go upwards. Some do kind of angle downwards a few here and there, but for the most part, good. And then what we do is let's take our fine brush here. We can use this one. We'll try this one, see how this, and we'll just make a thicker bit of trunk of this small tree. And then as we go up, the branches get thinner and thinner. And that's all. We just have some fun with this. I try to retrace my pencil lines. I add a little bit of water to the brush just to get a little more of this wash, a little more so that I can, but I don't want to make it too wet. I would say you have to kind of really keep these, like these washes here for the branches of this small tree, keep it very, very rich with lots of paint and not too much water, because the risk is if you add too much water, then the branches will look very faded looking. So you want these branches to kind of really stand out and look very dark in tonal value as we go. So that's a real key indicator of the best way to do that wash, really, for these for this small tree. And then once you have that on, we're pretending that the light's coming from behind our backs, overhead. So the sunlight's shining this way, into the picture this way. That means we'll put a few, that's maybe too much purple. So we'll just we'll muddy up our purple there a little bit. We don't want to make it that strong, super strong purple, but we want to have that purple look for the shadow, that kind of a cooler shadow look. And we're going to pretend again the light's coming this way, so that's going to throw the shadows this way. And then from here, it's just a matter of having a little fun, doing some shadowing, and it's really at this point really fun. Not too many though, like that. And then I would splash a little water on those shadows maybe. Just maybe soften them up a little. A little bit darker here. And they get lighter as they go this way. But that's basically just some fun things to do. A little more texture with some of the splashes. You get some really good fine splashes and speckles with these smaller detail brushes. If you want really large splashes, you can use a larger brush. But that looks fine. Maybe in the distance we could put a small chimney. In the house here. Like that, and maybe a little bit of smoke. And that looks good. We have a beautiful farmhouse and a barn. We have our little small tree here in the field, big, large, vast field going across. The feeling of looking way into the distance, that really is a powerful three-dimensional quality in this composition that you'll see. And you could even put some fence posts in too, to make your eye slow down a little bit instead of zooming right over there to the farmhouse like that. Really, you could put maybe a fence post here, like this, like that. and then add some shadowing to it as well. And the shadow would go this way, same way here. Like that. Then we can take another, put another fence post in. This time we remember we're going to go smaller and thinner with our next fence post. So we could actually kind of line them up here over on this side. Let's see how this works. We go like this over here. So that's the next fence post we're going to put there. Then maybe another one here. So I'm going to start kind of putting them in smaller as I go. Thinner and smaller and closer together too. Like that. And eventually they kind of just fade a little bit. We don't see them anymore. And then we take that purple color. So they're slowly getting smaller. And I just keep those same angles for the, like that. And by that point, the fence posts are getting more and more diminished and smaller in size, so we can do a couple little wires here. Just like that. And maybe you'll just make that tree a little bit larger, like that. And there we go. We have a nice rendition of a farm, farmhouses, barn, trees, fence posts. Really beautiful field. I think it works really well. Fun to work on. Working on that really nice three-dimensional quality to the painting. And let's see how we look when we lift up our tape. That'll really kind of showcase the composition. Okay. And we're looking good. That was number 40. Okay, so we're going to keep moving along here. We'll do another few more with the same idea of the wet and wet technique, the glazing technique. So we're going to keep working on that idea. And let's do maybe something of a city scene here. So we farm, now we're going to go to the city. All right, so we're kind of moving along here. We taped this next composition out. And we just added the same process we did for this 39 and 40. We just wet the paper lightly, fresh, clean, crystal clear water. Then I just added a little bit of cobalt blue and a little bit of purple to the sky. Once that the paper, I let the that clear water. I let that clear water sit on the paper. I would say like about 3 or 4 minutes. And just to speed up the process a little bit here on this next composition, we just had that sky wash in there. We went all the way across the whole paper. And then as that was drying, we waited another 3 or 4 minutes, and then we just mixed up some sap green, cadmium yellow lemon, and cadmium yellow. So these three, cadmium lemon yellow, cadmium yellow, and then a little bit of sap green for the lower section here. And we put that into our lower section here, and we just said that this was going to be like the horizon line here, where we have a little hill, a grassy hill, and then we're going to paint the rest of the scene over top now. So now the paper's dry again, so we're in good shape here. The paper is a little damp, but still perfect to work on. And we'll take some of our smaller flat brushes, and we'll maybe make some of our distant. So I'm going to use this really small flat brush here, and I'll see if I can make some Some interesting shapes of buildings here in the distance. Like this. And it doesn't have to be perfect, you know. We're just going to do some buildings here. And sometimes we can change up the colors a little bit, make them a little more blue maybe, a couple of them. All right, that looks pretty good. So that'll be some distant buildings. And then what we'll do is maybe we'll make a little bit of some industrial equipment here in the front of the painting. So we'll go in and get some burnt umber, raw umber, maybe some French ultramarine blue, burnt sienna. We'll just get a mixture of interesting colors. French ultramarine blue, burnt sienna. We'll make it kind of a redder, interesting color. And I think we'll just put maybe, we're going to make a just so we have some different color variations here. And just some ideas of so this might be some industrial equipment here. And maybe we'll have a little more over here too. Maybe we'll have a and that's what I'm going to continue to work with, the idea of some steel work, nothing too fancy, just some steel work here. A little more French ultramarine blue, make a nice dark here, burnt sienna, burnt umber. And a little bit of splashing here. the foreground. And it's kind of nice when you put these darks in the foreground here. It really does give a real mystery to that background. You can really feel like you're in the you're feeling the three-dimensional quality of the picture, the painting, where you're sitting here, you're seeing this industrial scene. You're seeing this industrial scene here. And then the field, and then the city in the background. I think that really works great. And then we'll just kind of just still do the same idea of just trying to make these foreground structures looking good. Like that. I think that's fine. Maybe some steel work here. And we want a little spot we can walk through. We can put a couple figures in. Let's put a couple figures in. We'll use a round brush for our figures. A small little detail brush like this, we can put some figures in. And the figures, we're going to put some dark shapes here. Maybe we'll have a couple workers here. They're working. And maybe another worker over here. We'll use some really darks here too. We want to keep the figures very, very dark. The light's coming from in front of us. And you can add some color to the figures, maybe a little, some cadmium red for the faces a little bit. Put some arms there. And that's all, and that's pretty good. Maybe a little bit of cobalt blue, cerulean blue maybe, cerulean blue. For someone, a little different colors for the clothing. If you want to add a little bit of variety in there, but I think that looks pretty good. And we'll just peel off the, one more thing maybe just before we do that. Let's, sometimes just a few more details can look good. So like that. Same with this here. Some ladders here. And if we just wanted to make it a little more exciting, we could add a few highlights again. We take some yellow ochre, a little bit of yellow ochre, and we put it into the paint at the top of our tube here. Our titanium white. So we have titanium white. A little bit of yellow ochre on the top there. Mix it around a little bit. So you just want to add the ever so slight amount of yellow ochre in there to give that white a little bit of a warm feel. But other than that, that's it. And then we can just put some highlights here. There might be some sunlight bouncing around, and we have our maybe the some light on our figures just to highlight their clothing a little bit. Maybe there's some light bouncing over here across the. couple of bits of the steelwork and things like that that are on these towers and industrial equipment. We can have the couple of highlights there. Just some light bouncing here and there. No. Just like that. Okay. So I'm hoping we're having fun, enjoying this. Again, more of a city feel. You know, we have the countryside there. Now we have some factories and industrial areas with some beautiful grayed down in the distance, the beautiful grayish looking blue, cool, distant buildings. And of course, you can take any of these compositions and make them a lot larger and make them into full paintings. It's just a matter of working out, you know, adding some more structure to them, changing the format, of course, of maybe making it a more of a landscape view. These are all pretty much portrait style compositions. I just wanted to kind of do these small vignettes for everyone, just so we can kind of have a fun time going through a lot of different techniques and methods we use in watercolor on an ongoing basis. But yeah, you can change the configurations of any of these paintings around to suit your own taste. You're the artist, you're going to figure that out as you go forward. But anyway, let's get started with our next one. So we're at 42 now, so this is 41. This we're at 42, so we're almost to our 50 mark, and we'll pick up the pace a little bit maybe. We'll do some more fun things. Let's keep going. All right, so let's continue on. The same idea, wet into wet. The glazing technique, we're going to just empty our water bucket one more time quick. Keep our idea going of when you're doing the glazing technique, your first wash is always going to be light, and you're going to have crystal clear water as you go for your first wash. And then we just take that wet, clean water, put it on the paper, let it soak there for a few minutes. Just one good pass with the brush with a nice wash on there, and we'll let that sit. Maybe I take a tissue and just kind of blot up any water that's around the tape like that, and we let that sit there for a few minutes. This is probably a fine time. I'll spritz, use my spritzer bottle on the palette. Paper towel, take a paper towel. And then we're going to go in and maybe we'll just pencil in a few ideas. I think we'll do, I just want to quickly start out by thinking, all right, up here is where I kind of want to start some of my buildings. We'll do another city style. So I'm just going to make some buildings kind of tapering down into the distance here. This might be the street here, like this. And then we'll do some more buildings over here. And that might be another building there. So we kind of have some buildings like so, just to get some shapes in there. And then I'll grab some raw sienna. Raw sienna. Alizarin crimson over here. And some cobalt blue here. And I'm just going to start putting in some really nice washes here. Maybe a little bit of blue up here. A little more raw sienna towards the bottom here. Like that. And I just scrub on the paint onto the damp paper and let it just kind of work into the paper, the colors. And that'll be our first wash. Maybe this is a little bit more in shadow over here on this side. And this might be more in light. Okay, so we're going to pretend the sunlight's coming from this way, and we can always make our icons up here on the tape. So that's our icon there, our spotlight. Light's coming from here, going across this way, so it's going to shine. The light's going to be shining and resting upon the building over here on the right, and then this is going to be in shadow, this building here, and then the road is a little bit in shadow. And now we just wait. We have to wait till this dries, so we give it about 5-10 minutes, or we could use a blow dryer and speed up the process. Okay, so now we're going to build up our second glazing on top of our first light wash here for this city scene. And we're just going to have the same colors repeated. French ultramarine blue. We have some raw sienna here. Alizarin crimson over here. Maybe we'll go with a little darker dark down here. Maybe some burnt umber and French ultramarine blue. Maybe a little bit of cerulean blue here, like that. So we're going to have some darker darks. Maybe a little bit of cadmium red here too, like that. And then let's see, let's start to get in some darker darks over here. So that's more of a blue for the shadows over here. Okay. And a little bit of red mixed in there. A little bit of gold in there too as well. And then across we're going to go with some more of a warmer yellow ochre and raw sienna kind of a feel. We'll get some, we'll leave some of that really nice lighter tonal value there. So we could blot up a little bit of paint. Like this. Maybe a little bit of splashing for texture. Like that. Same over here. A little bit of splashing. And there's some darker shadows up here. And the same thing here, a bit of some darker shadows over here. There might be another building that we can't see from this side where it's casting a shadow. So we'll just go with that idea. So these are the medium tonal values, and then we can start breaking into even some really good darks. French ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, maybe a little bit of purple here too. Kind of darken that up real nice. I tend to notice that the purple is really, really strong. I use the ultramarine violet by Winsor Newton, so that does really So I'm just going to do some shadowing over here, the cast shadow of the building. This way, like so. Onto the ground, and then that I'm going to bring that up into the building, like that. So that shadow there. Is there. And again, we do have some dark shadows here. So I'm just layering now the darkest darks that I can see in my imagination, basically. Okay, so now we see we have the street, the buildings on both sides. We have some really nice darks working for us here to create that real beautiful illusion of light. We have we'll have some windows up here, so we can start putting in some windows loosely, though. I wouldn't make them too I wouldn't make them really fancy. There might be some there's maybe a door over here, so at street level we have a door. Like that. That. This might have a little bit of an angle on it, like so. Gotta widen it there a little bit. And so I'm just trying to build up some different details here, just a tiny bit. Some shadows under there, under the sills. Some details here. Windows over here, maybe another door over here. Like that. And as you can see, it's just a matter of working the details as we go. Then over here we can have some of the cadmium red. We'll make some windows and doors over here. Some windows maybe there. It's in shadow. A couple of details here. A couple of directional lines to help us to get the feel of perspective here. Then maybe we'll take our fine detail brush and use a little bit of this blue back over here. Dry off a little bit there. Maybe we'll make some distant buildings over here. We want to go a little bit lighter though. So these distant, really light, very light buildings over here in the distance gives us some more, again, three-dimensional quality. Like that. And then we can take some more of the burnt sienna and French ultramarine blue to get a nice dark with our finer brush here. And we can just make a couple details. Maybe we'll make a couple lights here. A couple lights here, street lantern lights. That. Maybe a little bit of a shadow on the walls from those. Maybe a little bit of titanium white with some yellow ochre for some highlights here. Maybe a little bit of highlights for the lights here. The lamps. Maybe a figure or two with our detail brush. So you can do some figures over here. Maybe there's a figure walking here. Maybe another figure here. Maybe a little bit of cadmium red for the flesh tone for the face. Same over here like that. A little bit of a shadow for the figures. And then maybe just a couple highlights for the figures so we can get a little bit of that yellow ochre too with the titanium white. And a couple little dabs of light on top of the figures, shoulders and head. And that should be fine. We could even do a few more details up above. On tops of the buildings, there might be a couple of just some, maybe there's some railings up there. There's some different details to the tops of the buildings. We want to make sure we have some additional details to okay. That nice good dark right there. A little bit of the blend of some red in there into that shadow there. And I think that looks pretty good. Have a little bit of directional lines here. Let's see how it looks. A nice street scene, kind of like more, low key, middle key, low key. Very lots of dark tonal values in there. This is more of a high key painting. A lot of more lighter tonal values in your picture, your painting. So you can kind of see we're getting a lot of variations on tonal values, looks that you can create in your paintings. You can make paintings more dark and kind of that feeling of impactful, bold darks and colors, and then you can go with lighter washes and more subtle, high-key, more like brighter-looking paintings that have more light, let's say a feeling of light. But in any case, we are just going to keep moving right along here. We'll get set up with our next sheet of paper just in a second. And so we will. We'll get moving on. We're going to use our next sheet of paper. We'll set that up just like so. So when we transition to the next video, you'll see this all taped down nicely, and we'll be ready to draw and paint. All right, so we're just going to tidy up the old palette. Let's spritz on some water here. And we'll take our paper towel, and we'll just... Again, it's good to just, it sometimes can be a little bit of an issue when there's a lot of different colors mixing on your palette, and then it begins to, all the colors get blended together so much that it's, there's no like identifiable colors to it at all for your mixes. So it's good to change the colors in your palette, or I should say, remove the colors for each new painting that you do and each new composition. I think that's really just a good rule to live by. Each new painting, you're going to clear off your palette. Obviously, if you're working on one composition, you can leave all the colors in there and keep working on that same palette. Once in a while, you'll have to clean up a little bit and maybe clean out a few sections if you want to create some more vibrant looking colors or mixes, to sort of, you'll know when you need to do that. It's kind of, does that make sense? You kind of get a feel for it, but the general idea is trying to, when you're done with one composition or one painting, you would remove all those paints, and then when you're starting your next composition or painting, you're going to have new colors going in. So you wouldn't want to start layering in all of your new colors onto old colors, because they really just might not harmonize when you're having them in the palette with the same colors over and over on top of each other. So just a little quick tidbit of information there. It might be helpful. Sometimes though, you can leave some mixes in there for maybe some grayish mixtures if you want to, but you'll kind of get the hang of it. But it's a good rule to live by. Each new painting or each new composition, just clear out the palette, wipe everything clean, then you have a nice fresh starting surface. The next thing we're going to do is we're just going to do a few more wind down type things now, because we're at almost 50. We've had so much fun doing these 50, and we're going to do another series just like this very soon. So now this next one, I'm probably just going to try to do some simple flower shapes maybe. And we'll just see the fun of doing some glazing and alla prima painting at the same time. So what I'll do is I'll just maybe make a nice flower shape here. And we'll have the center of the flower here. And maybe one up here too as well. So I'll make just a couple flower shapes here. Like this. So I'll just maybe make that. And to make it even better, let's tape off our flower painting here. And we'll do the number 8. We'll use our number 8 travel brush, fresh clean water to start with. And I'll just wet my paper around the flowers here. Maybe I'll go into this flower up here a little bit with some wet paper. But I'm going to try to leave the damp paper around the petals of the flower, like this. And that will make it a little bit easier for our wash that goes around the petals of the flower from infiltrating into the petals itself, because we're going to leave the petals white, very light. And that's good, and I think we can just keep working. I might put a little bit of damp there, damp paper there in the flower, and then I think I'm going to do some raw sienna and cerulean. Raw umber. Some nice earth tones. The earth tones are always beautiful. I'll just go right around there. Maybe there's some cerulean blue for some shadow. Maybe some purple, just a little bit of purple in there. And what I'll do is I'll let these colors mix and mingle as they go. And I'm kind of making all of my washes kind of on an angle like this going across. And that does create a bit of a good design effect in the painting. And then some more raw sienna here. I want to mix that raw sienna down here as well. And then we can go in around the petals of the flower carefully. And then we can certainly add a little bit of more darker tones. We could go in with a little bit of French ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, alizarin crimson maybe. Maybe some cerulean blue. Some green, sap green. I think sap green is really going to look good. So that could be some of that sap green could be some of the greens, like leaf forms behind. You can make some leaf forms like this. Sap green, burnt sienna, sap green, a little bit of French ultramarine blue. So you can add some really beautiful darks to this, and leave some lights too around the flower shapes. Some splashing like this to give it some texture. So now we see a nice bit of soft soft edges and hard edges. So some of the flowers have softer edges around them, like here and here and here. And then you have some hard edges around the flower petals, like here and here and here. So if we can keep those ideas of having some hard edges and soft edges, we'll avoid the cut out and pasted look with our flowers. And then we can also put in some cadmium orange and raw umber. Cadmium yellow, I should say. just put some of that there for our flowers. Maybe this has got a little more shadow in there, like that. Maybe this has a little more light. But that to me looks good. There's some shadows, it feels like, in this painting. You can really thicken up with straight paint and make some feeling of some leaf forms. So that could be some darker just some quick couple dark shapes like this, flicks of the brush for some stems and branches, like that. And maybe a little bit of gold, yellow, cadmium yellow, here and there, just to kind of harmonize the colors. Okay, I'm going to lift off the tape. This could be a smaller composition of a larger whole. You could make a larger composition of this. Maybe we'll do another one like this, similar to this. We'll just use different colors and maybe we'll use some different flower shapes, that's all. All right, some fun ways to loosen up. Let's talk about that too. Sometimes when we're painting flowers, very delicate, very, over the years, maybe some of you have been painting flowers, bouquets, still life paintings with bouquets of flowers, or maybe painting landscape paintings with some flower shapes in there and plants and things like that. So we all, as watercolor artists, we're always kind of, confronting the fact that we have to learn to paint flowers because they seem to be in landscapes and still lifes, and they're very much prevalent in daily life. So what I was thinking is let's maybe practice up on just some shapes of flowers with our brush, and not maybe so much having to draw it out, but maybe just using the actual the actual natural brush hairs to give us some really nice flower shapes. So we can just take our brush really and set it down on the paper like that, and then press like this, and then maybe widen out an area or two like that. So that's a fun exercise to do. We can do some of these. Let's try a few of these. We could get a little bit pointier there, widen them out here like this, like that. Maybe another one here, maybe another wider one like this, pressing down like this. Maybe widening it down that way. A couple of splashes like that. And we'll try a few more here. Let's make these, let's go with more of a greener, lighter, fresher look. Let's see if we can get a few of these. And we could just start there, like this, and widen it on out, like that. Come back in like that. Just some simple leaf forms. I'm not worrying so much about drawing it out. you know, pressing down the brush and then lifting up, and that really instantly creates the leaf form. That's very effective. Like that. Try another one up here. So these are fun to do. Just for loosening up, you might try these before you're going to create a floral painting. And press down. And then lift up slowly as you go downwards like that. Couple more looser looks like that. Okay, so that's a little bit of a fun exercise to do, just using the brush. We can also use a smaller brush, and maybe we'll use our number 8 again. And maybe we can just do some simple fun. Maybe more of a interesting green. Let's go with, what else can we use here? Maybe some Viridian. Let's use some Viridian green. Like that. Maybe we'll make some, maybe some wider. So we can use 2 strokes like that. Pick up some more paint. Like that. We can certainly leave some broken paper like that, some broken highlights of some textured kind of highlights on the leaf forms. Some splashes there. And maybe just another one here. A lot of fun doing it that way. And while we're doing this, we can even just kind of talk about a couple little quick, as we're wrapping up this series, doing some brush work where we kind of practice a couple different styles of brush strokes that can give you a little more mastery over brush work. That'll help you just to feel a little more comfortable as you're going into your paintings and painting. Sometimes we can get a little bit tentative on our brush strokes and going into certain sections of our painting if we're not kind of feeling comfortable with how we're going to approach doing a certain wash on the paper in a certain passage in your painting. So I always mention this, even in my book. You'll see I have a book down below in the comment section below. I do have my book. It's in my newer book, and it's really fantastic. I have actually a 2-minute video on YouTube. You can click on that link below, and you'll see all the pages in my book, my new book, and it's got lots of paintings of all types of subject matter, just like we have here in this whole series. So you can check out all the books, all the book contents inside, what's inside the book. So you don't have to guess about, is it going to be good or not? You'll see all the paintings, all the exercises in the beginning of the book, some that are similar to this right now that we're doing, that kind of give you the feel for getting yourself, having more success in watercolor by just doing some fundamentals, and then also just practicing some basic, good, solid techniques and methods in watercolor. So I'm hoping I brought that to you on this video. And then also, too, you can check out my book, where I have all of these exercises right here that we're doing now for the most part in my book as well. So you can work along with my book or as well on this video, of course. So the first thing I wanted to mention was, we'll maybe go back to this brush here, just doing some really good fundamentals with our brushes. So we can do what's parallel brush stroke, which means we rest our hand on the paper and touch the brush down and then just go across, holding that line across like this. And then you can just have fun and maybe create like a elongated rectangle like that. And then you can change up the colors and have some fun. We'll do some red here. So we'll take some cadmium red. We'll get that out on the palette with a little bit of water. And we'll do the same thing here. We'll just start another one. We'll leave a white space between the two. And we'll go right across. Same thing, holding that brush down to the paper and then lifting up as we get toward the end of the rectangle, and then using the point or the tip of the brush to finish off the edge of the elongated rectangle. So we're going to just practice the next few minutes on a few exercises you can do just like this. And I have a lot more in my book too as well. But we'll just stick with this one for right now. And then maybe we'll go with one more. Maybe we'll do some Viridian green. Same thing, touch the brush down to the paper. I have my hand resting on the paper at all times. And then I just slide my hand across the paper, not lifting up at all, just sliding my hand, resting on the paper across. And then once I'm done, I take a little time just to crispen up the edges of these elongated rectangles. And then we can do another one. Below that, we'll practice trying to keep a tighter line. Maybe we'll go with some, let's do some blue, French ultramarine blue. And now we're going to use just the tip of the brush and see if we can do the same thing. And just hold it like about maybe a quarter or a third of that line. So we want to press down, but not too far. And then we try to do that. Try to get that line about a half of the width of this one, or a third, like that. And then so this would just be practicing brush control and brush strokes. And then we can do the same thing vertically. We can go vertically here. Maybe we'll use a different color. Let's use maybe some yellow ochre. And we'll try to do some vertical. Press the brush down and lift up. And we'll make our rectangle like so. So basically I get it done quickly so that all of the wash melts together and does not cause any major disruptions in the wash itself. So that's really kind of a real fun exercise. Let's keep going. Let's do some more. We'll do a green Viridian. Same thing, press down, slide my hand on the paper so I have my hand resting on the paper at all times, and sliding my hand down like that. And then once I'm done, I use the tip of the brush to kind of just neaten up the swatch. Then we can maybe go with a purple. Try that. Okay, and let's do one more. Maybe we'll try some yellow here. Lemon yellow. We'll just go straight in there with straight paint. All right. And then maybe some fun, just maybe some blue and green. Maybe we practice some of those broken edges like we were talking about. People love, I know a lot of you that paint watercolor, you really enjoy the seascapes, the ocean scenes, the beach scenes, the water. So we could practice that. We take some of the blue and green. We get a blue-green mix with our brush. And then we, not too much water though, just a little bit of water. You can see that there, right? It's not it's not a lot of water in there. There is some water there, but it's not puddled up in like large amounts of water in that. So that's the key here, to keep this somewhat of a mostly paint, a little bit of water. That's really the key right there. And then you can just take the brush and go across the painting like this, just gently dragging it across, and you get a nice effect like that. And if you keep going, you'll notice that as the brush starts to have less paint and water on it, you'll get those beautiful broken edges. So that's the way to practice getting those beautiful broken edges of maybe some light shimmering on the water as you're painting a seascape. And you can come in here and get a little bit of Viridian green like this on the brush, some Viridian green, just a little bit though. And then toward the bottom here, that looks great. And then we can even go back here, add some French ultramarine blue to this, and some burnt sienna to get more of a darker blue. A really nice rich dark blue with maybe a little bit of sap green mixed in there. And then we can go right to the top here and just make a darker wash up here and blend it on down into the water like this. And then once we get that top portion with that dark wash in there, then we will take our brush, rinse it off in the water, dry off the excess water on our brush, on our tissue, and then go with a damp brush across here and blend that on down. Okay, that's really fun. Let's do another one. Let's do sand. So let's pretend we're going to do some sand textures here. This is at the point here where I might just take a quick break. I'm going to clean up my palette a little bit, and then we'll come right back. Okay, so we're going to move along here and put in some sand. Before we do that, let's sort of get a little bit of the sky wash. So we'll try now with some brush. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to come across up here, and we're going to do a ocean up here, an ocean color like that darker green, blue-green ocean color like that. We'll rinse off our brush, then we'll get some more of the lighter blue here. Let's do another bit of line here. Now you see I'm leaving some white space in between there. That'll be some of our waves coming in like that. And then we'll go in and get some green. We'll mix in some green to that blue. So we're going to make this steadily lighter and more green as we come in with our waves. Then we'll get some Viridian here, like this, and this will be the lightest light. Then we'll rinse off the brush, dry off a little bit of water, and then maybe blend a few parts of this together. But we do have those nice waves coming in. And then we'll do some sand. We'll take some raw sienna, like this. What we might do is even just take a quick bit of our palette and just, maybe we can just do this here. We'll just make one spot there, quick, that we can use, and we'll use some yellow ochre. Dry off the brush. Straight yellow ochre, no water. Straight yellow ochre like that. Brush has to be dry like this. And then we pick up that yellow ochre with basically a dry brush almost, a little bit of dampness to the brush. And we see if we can get some sand textures. And there we have it. And that's just about controlling your brush with how much water's in your brush, how much paint you're using, and water. So the paint and water ratio mixture of your washes is really critical. And then let's say that's really, we're happy with that. We have some really nice sand textures like that. Like that. And then maybe we put a little bit of blue and green in there with a little bit of water. Maybe a little bit of brown. A little more water. A little bit of brown in there. And green. And we'll make some sand texture. A couple of little splashes of sand. Like that. And then you can get some really interesting effects too with your flat brush. Going in and doing a really beautiful sky wash. Blue, purple. French ultramarine blue and purple. Right across like that. A little bit of purple down here. I'll just mix that in a little bit there. Right over the top of that. And some beautiful sky wash. Maybe a little more gold toward the bottom. A little bit of yellow ochre toward the bottom. Blend that right in. And there you can see you have maybe a sky and some sand. Or a sky with a little bit of a sunset type feel at the bottom. And then we could put a little bit of red at the bottom. Create some exciting color at the bottom there. Maybe a little bit of more dark blue up top. A little more paint, not much water, just mostly paint. Like that. Then we take our brush, maybe we dry off a little bit of the water. Damp brush now, dry off a little, rinse the brush, dry off a little bit of the water. And then damp brush along here. Like that. And a nice feel for some really good, beautiful color mixes. Okay. Then we can do more of a subtle wash. So for our last, we'll do one more. For our last wash, we can just do a more subtle version of this. I'll empty my bucket so I have fresh, clean water to start with, because I'm going to make this a little bit lighter. So I will make this next wash lighter, and you'll see the effect of this is more of a medium key, middle key type of wash. You can make a lighter key wash, some cerulean blue. Really nice, beautiful color. I think that's my favorite blue out of all the blues. And then I just go right across like this. And that's just a really gorgeous wash there. And then we can go with some raw sienna like this here, with a little more raw sienna like that. And then just right across here like that. So you could see that you can make some really subtle washes, some more impactful, more dynamic washes, some lighter washes like this. That could even be some mountains in the distance. So you can, again, a lot of times we could kind of think of watercolor as it's a very fun medium, and it's also very helpful for us as artists, like to work with the watercolor medium, because sometimes just putting down a little bit of watercolor wash on a paper, just in itself, it looks so beautiful. Sometimes it becomes like the beauty of just the colors and the beautiful washes that are created with just the water and the paint. So I hope you've had a lot of fun. I've had so much fun doing this, and we're going to do this very soon again. Okay, so everyone, we'll see you on the next video. Again, please, if you have any questions, leave them in the comments section. Thumbs up if you like this video, and I'll do more like this. Let me know. If you want me to do more videos such as this, give me a thumbs up in the down below. Also, too, feel free. Don't miss any new videos. I'm always making new videos. Besides these longer format videos that we have done here, I also do every weekend. I'll be on YouTube on a constant basis creating the usual half-hour, 45 minutes to hour videos where we're going to just be creating one single painting where we cover every type of subject matter you like. Flower paintings, still life paintings, ocean paintings, beach scenes, landscapes, seascapes, trees, figure painting. We do everything here watercolor, so I'm hoping you'll continue to come by, and please don't lose the track of us. If you just click the subscribe button below, you won't miss a thing. And we're going to keep working together and getting better at our watercolors. Okay? All right, so we'll see you on the next video.